Hey, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Technology Thursday. Welcome. Greetings from Western Washington. We are right on the coastline of Washington, off the coast of Seattle. About 45 miles as the crow flies to Seattle. And we do this show every single day, 6 days a week, except for Sundays, in which I take a day of rest. But having done the show for over 10 years now, I have an incredible groove I'm in. I mean, I can't tell you how easy the show is now after doing this regularly every single day for 10 years. It was difficult. We're at like nearly 4,000 shows, around 600 shows. We had kind of a troubled time. There was a video made of me being angry, where I was differing with Sarah on how to handle homeless people in tents. And that was kind of our frustration point. That was the brink point at which we decided that we either wanted to do the show or we didn't. And Sarah and I had a long discussion. We discussed the possibility that I would do the show mostly, and she would come in and give me a little backup. Because in the early days, we shared the show. And I said, if you can do that, that would be great, because I really believe that a third party is needed in America, and we have to keep trying to start this third party, even if it's just trying to start it against all odds. And the unique thing about all this, which I can now gauge, is that we have had so much so many obstacles and so much obstruction preventing us from actually gaining access to the mainstream media. And there have been people censoring people coming to our chat rooms. If you've been censored, you're one of the many. There is a concerted effort to stop me and what I do. And that is a motivation for me to do what I do. If there was no effort to stop what I'm doing and they were not afraid of what I'm doing, I probably would fizzle out and not do it. But because there's such an obstacle out there among the elitists who are afraid that the American people will have a new third party and gain power over the two parties that the elitists, have hijacked with money, it seems fitting that I would do this for free, and that we would defy the richest people in the world with a program that is on free venues like Vaughn and iVlog and others. And we've been doing this with the power of the internet while they shut us down. They've been trying to shut us down, and I did something very outrageous. Back in 2008, 2009, I did the blackface video. And I knew that I had to do something really outrageous in order to get noticed worldwide, because we were being pushed off to the side and relegated to the trash can. And thankfully, I did the blackface video, and we have had that worldwide audience, because I had to impersonate Barack Obama, the New World Order puppet president that he was. Just like Donald Trump is a New World Order puppet president, I had to go against the grain that is being pushed upon us with a very extraordinary move. And that was something that it took a lot of decision making on my part. I would not normally do that, because I myself am rather reserved. I don't know if you realize it, but I'm a pretty conservative, reserved guy. It's difficult for me to really step out of the box and do really weird, campy, comical stuff. So it was very much a challenge, and I, of course, have taken heat from it. People think that I'm some sort of a racist, and I've never been racist in my life. We have had numerous problems. We were swatted in 2015, and the police didn't even file a police report on it, which is very suspicious. But swatting attacks have increased, and now they're having to beef up security in Silicon Valley. This is an ongoing thing. Swatting attacks are happening. Tech companies are spending more on protecting personnel as executives are targeted at their homes. Yeah. So as the world gets poorer and poorer, and the rich people get richer and richer in Silicon Valley, the poor people are attacking the rich people and doing horrible things like swatting them. I was a victim of swatting, and I've never had a response from any lawyer. I contacted 3 separate civil rights attorneys, and not one of them returned my email or my phone calls. So I almost couldn't believe that they didn't file a police report on the event. They didn't. So the case is still open, and it will be open with no statute of limitations applying to it for years to come. So if I do achieve what I plan on achieving as President of the United States, I will be going after every single person that perpetrated that SWAT attack, and I will be even looking at the law enforcement personnel themselves. I'm not sitting around ignoring the reality that our police force is the most corrupt police in the world, with 1,200 kills every year in America, and most of those people are unarmed. It's shocking to think that I live in a country that claims to be free and democratic when so many activities are happening left and right, which doesn't get a second glance from the FBI. In fact, the FBI would not even return our phone call when we called them and asked for help. So this is a very upside down world we're living in, where corruption is reigning supreme in the Trump cabinet. He's got 6 or 7 billionaires surrounding him. I'm pretty sure that he sold the cabinet positions, which would normally get him in jail for 16 years, like Rod Blagojevich, who tried to sell the U.S. Senate seat of Barack Obama. But Trump seems to be evading all that because he's nesting in the Zionist headquarters. AIPAC runs our president, and the Russian oligarchs work with AIPAC. They're all part of the same Zionist problem, and it continues to foment its face all over the world in activities like in Venezuela, where they're pushing to install a leader over a duly elected leader, Maduro. They're trying to constantly do economic hits against countries so they can acquire their wealth. In the case of Venezuela, they have the largest oil supply of the world. Of course, they want to be taken over by these global Zionist elitists. And we as a nation have a very unique opportunity to stop the Zionist trend to take over the world, because we are their key tool that they're using to control the world. Now, if we build this third party, we'll be able to pull the rug right out from under their plan to dominate the world and control all the countries in the world. They won't be able to move much once we pull the rug out from under them, and I become your president, which will be the independent voice of the American people, not a puppet for the Illuminati like Donald Trump is. Now, Donald Trump has not in any way prosecuted Hillary Clinton or any of the malfeasance that went on during that time period, nothing, which shows me that Donald Trump is on the take, and he's working for these same people that put us and gave us Barack Obama. And here Barack Obama did the catch and release thing with the immigrants. Donald Trump is doing the catch and release thing with the immigrants. He's doing exactly what Barack Obama did. He's even continued the UN resettlement program. And because he stole my idea of a 1,000-mile fence and called it a wall, we're now dealing with this reality that we can still build a 1,000-mile fence if we put, containers together and make this container fence. But what kind of a solution is he putting out? Nothing. I have a much better idea, and this container fence concept could veritably save the nation, and it could be built within a year. So we are constantly dealing with the fact that Donald Trump stole my ideas to get elected, and he didn't even implement them right. Consequently, it's a half-assed attempt at everything I suggested we do, and now we're dealing with the same crisis we had with Obama, with the same kind of president we had with Obama, a puppet. And if you still believe that Donald Trump is an independent voice, think again. He's not. He's just a guy who likes a lot of money. And now he's screwing up relations with China.
China. You want to buy from China? That's great. Buy from China. Buy toys from China. China in particular. China. I have people that I know in China.
And his relationship with China is so tense because Donald Trump took an idea that I had suggested and stole it, which was to not sign the treaty with Iran if they didn't comply with the requirements of nuclear testing and checking on a nuclear weapon that they're creating. And Trump didn't sign the treaty, which is what I said he shouldn't sign. I'm glad he didn't sign the treaty. But then he went ahead and completely imposed economic sanctions and completely did an about turn on everything that we had achieved with Iran in order to get to the point where they actually tried to do something to minimize their nuclear enrichment program. This economic sanction that he levied against countries trading with Iran has affected China in a very big way. Their largest telecommunications giant, Huawei, is now unable to get their CFO free and clear of the charges that Trump has imposed. And many countries are very, very upset about this. Canada is upset because they're involved. They're in the pinch. They actually arrested her. She's out on bail, on $40 million bail, but it's a bad, bad taste in our mouth when we deal with the Chinese. And what we need to do is get a good taste in our mouth when we deal with people. And look forward to talking about trade negotiations. Donald Trump is coming at this with threats of obviously arresting Meng, the CFO of Huawei, and threats of more tariffs looming. He's already run a battery of tariffs out there that are really pissing off China and the world too. And everything he says, he actually destabilizes our relationship and impairs our economy. And it impacts everybody. So let's take a look at the Dow Jones and see what happened today. It is down 138 points. Continues to take a slide. On early trading, it dipped very far down, sliding way into the negative margin, and then came back up with a little hiccup toward the end. But still down 138 points, which is indicative of Trump's trade war and how it's constantly creating uncertainty in the stock market. Logic is right here. I live with logic. You don't have to put logic aside. I use logic in my arguments. I'm very good with logic. Believe me, you need logic to listen to this show. So don't put logic aside. All right. Got some questions about the swatting attack. That was in 2015. Well, the Dow Jones has had the longest bullish run in history. Believe it or not, we're still in a bullish market. It hasn't taken a major turn yet. Even with a couple thousand-point drops last year, it actually is still hanging in there. So there's a lot of real interest in America, and believe me, we have a strong economy. Don't kid yourself. But we've got failing aspects of our economy and weak points that just aren't being fixed. Production is pathetic. We aren't selling products that the world wants. We need to do that, and I know the world wants products that will clean air and clean water. We should be developing that. I don't have an issue with reality. That's not true. That's a complete bannable offense later. So in lieu of the fact that we can't produce anything and we hire these liquidators like Donald Trump to handle our finances, he calls himself the king of debt. He says he can easily win a trade war with China. Oh, no problem. We can easily win a trade war. What the hell is wrong with this guy? This guy's never negotiated anything. You know that the art of the deal wasn't even written by Donald Trump? He used a ghostwriter called, his name was Tony Schwartz, who said that Trump isn't even capable of holding a conversation for more than a few minutes. Tony Schwartz couldn't even talk to the guy. He didn't even discuss the book, practically. And it's interesting to know that Donald Trump has never really done a good deal. All he does is try to screw people over. He has a history of not paying people for the work he's done, or they did in New York. There was a group of 60 Polish immigrant builders that built one of his hotels, didn't get paid properly. He screwed them financially. A lot of people have been screwed. The lady that did the Marla Maples catering, when Donald Trump married Marla Maples, she didn't get paid at all. $350,000 check he didn't write to her. He said that just doing the wedding was payment in and of itself. Doing a Trump wedding was payment in and of itself. That's what he said to her. You can't ignore these facts, folks. That's why our country is ailing right now, and that's why we have a problem with this president who needs to be impeached. Well, if you have a reason to believe that that person is behind it, just put it in a file and send it to us at America's Third Party at gmail.com. That's the most secure way. I don't have wigs except the ones I wear on Wig Wednesday. This is my real hair. This is called hair rooted in my head. Yeah. Nice try, though. Melania is his third wife. I don't really comment about Donald Trump's sex life. I really don't care at this point. And I know he hasn't made up with Melania about the infidelity. He hasn't publicly said he had relations outside of his marriage, yet he paid Stormy Daniels off. We know for a fact he did. $130,000. He gave $150,000 to, the National Enquirer magazine. David Pecker, I believe his name is. Yeah. $150,000 to pay off Karen McDougal. National Enquirer is struggling too. But David Pecker is he's not, losing money at all. He's made plenty of money as CEO of American Media. But this is the guy that he testified in front of Robert Mueller and told, things that were going on with Karen McDougal. David Pecker had to reveal the information that he got $150,000 to pretty much shut the story down that Karen McDougal had a relationship with him for 8 months while Melania was taking care of little Barron. Yeah, so all these things are going to be coming out. Trump is now stonewalling anybody's access to his financials. He's got teams of lawyers trying to stop anyone accessing his Deutsche Bank records, which is a $1 billion loan he has with Deutsche Bank, as well as Capital One, and of course the IRS records. So that's going to be going on. The Democrats are going to be working on ways of getting those tax records because there's got to be something there, a smoking gun that reveals his connection to the Russian oligarchs. And there's probably a reason why Robert Mueller did not try Paul Manafort in the second trial, where he claimed Paul Manafort had a plea agreement that he violated, yet Mueller never prosecuted Paul Manafort in that second trial. So there must be money laundering issues there that Mueller protected Trump on. I think that Trump got a pretty fair deal with the 448 pages that Mueller made. He pretty much softened the whole thing. Trump is way more guilty the more you look into this. And when we see the redacted report, we'll know much more about Donald Trump. And we won't see it. The House will. The Democrats who are investigating will see it, assuming William Barr doesn't want to go to jail because he's being charged with contempt, and a contempt citation is being issued as we speak by Representative Nadler, who is in charge of the Judiciary Review Committee. So this is a serious case where Attorney General William Barr, who is still trying to obstruct, not only did he write a 19-page letter to claim that Rod Rosenstein shouldn't even investigate obstruction before the investigation even started, but William Barr is obstructing now by claiming there's no obstruction. That's what's happening. All right. A lot of people are bragging about Trump like game over for China as Trump lays down new trade rules. Oh, what a joke. China doesn't need U.S. trade. Russia doesn't want China to have U.S. trade. That's why Donald Trump is stopping it. Remember, everything Donald Trump does, he does for Russia. Russia would rather China doesn't have the power that they have with all the money they made on our trade. So in a way, Russia's calling the shots here, and Donald Trump is stopping trade with China because, frankly, Russia feels a little put out. Their economy is so small that they don't want to actually, fix anything. Russia's economy is really small. They don't want to earn money like China's doing. They'd rather just, control presidents and countries. Tim Ryan, Biden's comments on China stunningly out of touch. Democratic presidential hopeful Representative Tim Ryan of Ohio criticized fellow candidate Joe Biden, claiming Biden was out of touch. Biden's Wednesday comments that China is not competition for U.S. I'm going to side with Biden on this one. China isn't competition for the U.S. Really, I agree with Biden. It's absolutely not a competitive nation when it comes to the U.S. China's not building military weapons like we are and trying to sell them in the global market. Russia is more of a military competitor than China is. In areas like automobile production, China's not even in the game. They're still barely in the game. I mean, it's not even realistic to think of them as a competitor. In telecommunications, they're definitely a competitor. But so are other countries all over the world. I don't think we need to demonize China. If anything, we should be demonizing Russia right now for what they did to contaminate the election. But Donald Trump, when he had his seventh or eighth private conversation with Vladimir Putin, where none of his recordings were ever heard by anybody, according to Trump, he said that he talked about a lot of issues with Putin, but he didn't mention not to meddle in the 2020 election. He selectively avoided that, which is ironic considering that's the only thing we're concerned about. Yet Trump doesn't care about it because he already won the election with Russia's help, and he's working for Russia in every way possible. I am patriotic. I don't consider myself a super patriot. Thank you for telling your friends and family and teachers that America needs a third party, nerdy virgin. Thank you. Hot Rails has a link. We want to see this. Okay. Oh, I can't play that. It's too violent. Sorry. I played it in the pre-show. Yeah, it was trying to avoid unwanted pregnancies. It was a condom commercial that was violent. Yeah, I didn't think that was appropriate for our show. So I'm going to go with Biden on this, that China isn't a major competitor in many areas because China produces things that we absolutely need. Yeah, like garbage electronics. Right. Things that break down in 6 months. Things that we as a nation no longer produce because it's cheaper to exploit labor, and our business leaders have done that, like Trump, forcing people to work in sweatshops to make ties for a couple bucks that he sells for 50, 60 bucks. That's what our country's been doing. So in no way would I see China as a primary competitor with us on many different levels. What is happening in China is a kind of a birth of capitalism. And it's not the kind of capitalism that was laissez-faire capitalism that Adam Smith talked about back in olden times. We're dealing with controlled capitalism, socialist capitalism, a country run on social credits, monitoring everybody's behavior, re-educating people into the proper behavior in China. China is not a capitalist nation, but they're experimenting with it, and it's benefited some people. They have a large, ascendant, growing middle class. Their middle class is over 200 million people, seriously, which puts our middle class in the dumpster in terms of comparison. They have more spending power in China now. But ironically, they're buying the same things that they're making, so it's not really helping with world trade for them. They're a country that is within itself, that is constantly trying to increase production and market new items. But unfortunately, China has a terrible track record with the environment. Trump doesn't seem to care about that. He cares more about his relationship with China from his personal perspective. He owes money to China. They've floated loans to him. He has had trademarks issued, like Trump Escort Service, which is the most bizarre trademark I've ever heard. Why would a president get a trademark for Trump Escort Service in Beijing unless he's planning on being a pimp? I'm not a big supporter of crappy stuff. I like built-to-last stuff, so I'm going to be urging America to produce built-to-last stuff again. Trump isn't talking about ramping up production. All he's talking about is managing money. It's not going to fix our economy. The systemic flaws in our economy have a lot to do with lack of jobs, which have a lot to do with lack of production. So they have hurt the air and water in China, yes, and they have a lot of work to do to get back to a normal level. They've reached a bad equilibrium. Cities like Beijing are terribly polluted, and they know it. There's also human rights abuses going on. Jobs are not up. That's just not true. Trump says we have less than 4% unemployment. We have 45% unemployment. The biggest lie of all is that we have low unemployment. That's a statistic that is completely bogus. It's based on the number of people who collect unemployment insurance compensation. Most people get it for 24 weeks when they lose their job, and then they drop off the register, so it looks like they're no longer unemployed when they're just not receiving any benefits. Trump isn't saying anything. Trump is only mouthing off in ways that would trigger aggression among trading partners like China. I'm telling you, he's doing this for Russia. Russia doesn't want China's economy to succeed. Russia feels like a low man on the totem pole. They only have less income than Texas. Texas has more income than Russia. So you can see why Russia's been meddling in our election and controlling world politics, because that's their only shot at controlling anything, is threaten the world with missiles, threaten World War III all over the place like Vladimir Putin has been doing, intimidate countries, spy on countries, manipulate their political situation so that they have an advantage down the road. Russia is not to be trusted, period. And you Republicans who trust Russia and think that Donald Trump is engendering a good relationship with Russia are complete, utter idiots. Trump-tards. You people are gone mentally. You're treasonous because you're allowing a country to manipulate our government, our political system, the Republican Party, and you think you're all peachy keen. Everything's great. I got another thing coming to all of you Republicans. You'll be driving down the street someday and wondering why homeless people are everywhere, including you. No, North Korean leader has not done that, and I want you to stop making up stories. Thank you. What allegation are you talking about? I don't see any serious allegation. Does not seem entertaining. You keep posting the same video about a band commercial. I can't play that, and I won't. I played it in the pre-show, man. Stop posting it. It's your last warning. Thank you. I'm saying that 97 million people are unemployed. I'm one of them. I purposely am unemployed. They call it retirement. But I'm 59 years old. I'm within the range of people that should be working until I'm 62. I don't even care. I don't even want Social Security. I'm set financially. I had no problems saving money when I was young, and I have no problems saving money right now when I'm older. So I've got one thing to tell all of you. Learn to live on less, because you got less coming your way. Our economy is going to be shrinking, unfortunately, because Donald Trump has mismanaged everything that we have. Overspending $1 trillion a year, recklessly. It's crazy. No, nobody said anything. The guy just made that up. I can't possibly talk to anyone in China regarding political policy because it would violate the Logan Act. Now, I'm not going to breach the Logan Act, even though Donald Trump already has. There's 215 million people that are employable. That includes your mom taking care of the kids at home for free. So, believe me, that's a statistic. 45%, 97 is to 215. It's a 45% number. Yeah, Kerry broke the Logan Act because, you know something, Kerry has investments in Iran. So does Susan Rice. Susan Rice has a $24 million investment in Iran. I track a lot of things. Now, most people don't read the New York Times. I do. I track a lot of information that most people can't possibly imagine. Why would John Kerry and Susan Rice invest in Iran? While we're doing a deal with Iran, which I'm glad that Trump canceled the treaty. I wish we could get our money back, but you know, Barack Obama basically padded a deal with Iran, giving them a nuclear weapon and accomplishing next to nothing in the treaty. So I'm glad the treaty was broken, but reinstating economic sanctions against Iran was a stupid move by Donald Trump. I even said publicly I wouldn't reinstate economic sanctions, and now we're down that road with China. China's very upset. You're designing a t-shirt for me? Thanks, Misanthropy. I didn't know you were an artist. Yeah, the Iranian deal was a sham and should never have been signed. It put a feather in John Kerry and Barack Obama's hat. It was a terrible thing for our country. We lost a lot of money on that. Of course, when have we not lost money with the Democrats running? And same with the Republicans. When have we not lost money? James Comey is having a CNN town hall. He's calling himself a media star after Trump fired him 2 years ago. I don't call him a media star. I think he's a pathetic excuse for a former director of the FBI. I don't trust James Comey. I really believe he rigged the election in favor of Donald Trump. I really do. I don't know what to make of this guy. But
my question is, based on your firing and the attempted firing of other DOJ officials and the debate over whether or not this constitutes obstruction of justice, as a former prosecutor and FBI director, where do you think the line should be drawn between executive power and obstruction of justice?
Well, hard to say in the abstract, except maybe this, that the president is not above the law, and I don't accept the notion that because the president is the head of the executive branch, he can't ever obstruct justice in connection with the executive branch activities. That's just crazy and a recipe for lawlessness. So the question is, did the president act in a way that manifested a corrupt intent, not the discharge of his constitutional duties, but a corrupt intent to interfere with an ongoing proceeding or to intimidate or tamper with a witness? That's a factual question. There's a whole lot of facts laid out in Bob Mueller's report that raise serious questions about whether there's a chargeable case for obstruction and witness tampering against this president.
of course there's witness tampering charges. Everything looks like witness tampering. When Sarah Huckabee Sanders said that he weighed in on his son's testimony, Donald Trump Jr.'s testimony, that's called witness tampering. It can't weigh in on something regarding somebody's testimony without witness tampering. So, yeah, what's really concerning to me is James Comey, he really rigged the election in favor of Donald Trump when he openly claimed he was going to open a criminal investigation, reopen a criminal investigation 11 days before the election. What was his reason? In his own words, he said that he knew Hillary was going to win, so he didn't think it would matter. Now, that man should never have become a director of the FBI with that mentality. He doesn't have a brain to make that statement. You can't possibly know for sure somebody's going to win and then release information damning her 11 days before. And believe me, I'm not a supporter of Hillary Clinton. I want her prosecuted. But I didn't want an unfair election rigged by the Russians. Let's listen in some more.
He's trying to get the Attorney General to limit the investigation only to future elections.
All right. Well, again, Trump was trying to get the Attorney General to limit. What he said was accurate. Trump is trying to get the Attorney General to limit any involvement in future elections without addressing the fact that he won with Russia's help. So everything points to Donald Trump's being completely guilty here. And he's acting like a guilty guy. And when you run the barometer of questions past the simple test, did it help Russia? Well, by not imposing sanctions for a year and a half, which Trump didn't do, that helped Russia. By setting up a meeting with Donald Trump Jr. to meet the attorney to end sanctions, that helped Russia. By hating on NATO and our NATO trading partners, that helped Russia. By alienating China in a trade deal, that helps Russia. So everything Donald Trump is doing is helping Russia, even having private conversations with him on his cell phone. Everything is helping Russia. So if you ask yourself, is Donald Trump colluding and helping Russia? The answer is 100% yes. No doubt about it. Why can't we impeach this guy? Because we have a Democratic Party that's comprised of a woman who looks like she's been in and out of a Botox clinic all her life, who can barely say a statement without stammering and wiggling her head, leading the Democrats. And the lineup of Democrats, the 24 people that are running for president, it's absurd. They all look like Bozo's Big Top. They don't have any guts, no balls. None of them have a word coming out of their mouth that has any force behind it. It's all co-opted by whatever everyone likes. We don't want to say anything to upset the Democratic Party. This is why I left the Democratic Party after 30 years, because they don't have what it takes to save this nation. And they've proven to be a complete failure in the impeachment case. It's pathetic. Now we take a momentary break to look at a man who had oral sex, sodomy, with Barack Obama in a limousine in Gurnee, Illinois. This man went out of his way to tell people that Barack Obama was a crackhead who liked oral sex. I'm going to move you out of the room. He was already kicked. Thank you. Yeah, here he is, he's still around. I guess he was running for office in 2018, Larry Sinclair. He went out of his way to tell the truth, and he passed a lie detector test with 99% certainty. This gives you an insight as to how corrupt the Obamas are.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
That was very brave of him. And I guess he wanted to be mayor of this town in Mississippi. He actually was running. I don't think he won, but he was going to be the Cocoa mayor. A conspiracy theorist who claims to have had sex with Obama is running for Florida city mayor. Yeah, look at that. I thought it was Mississippi. It's Florida. Thank you. You know, I don't doubt for 1 second the man's testimony. I think he really did have oral sex with Barack Obama while Obama was hitting a crack pipe. I don't believe Obama was anything that he claimed to be. He wasn't Christian. He claimed he went to Reverend Wright's church, Trinity Church of Chicago, Trinity United Church of Chicago. He went there for 24 years, but he went there to get hooked up with men. You see, Barack Obama is a homosexual, and he refuses to admit it to the American people, except in his recent book, he talked about lusting after his professor. He's alluding to it. He's married to a transgender named Michael Yvonne Robinson, who has been deceiving the country for 8 years as their first lady, claiming to be a woman. It just gets worse and worse when you look back on the Obamas. They didn't accomplish anything. They wasted a huge amount with Obamacare. Now, when Barack Obama was called a liar by Reverend Wright, Obama left the church. Okay, but he never reacquired a church the subsequent 6 years after that. He never acquired a Christian church. He never went to church. He never went to a Christian church after that. So he's really not Christian. He's Muslim. So he lied about that too. So we were completely lied to when Barack Obama and Michelle were in the office. Now we're totally lied to by Donald Trump about everything, including his dad's birthplace. He says his dad was born in Germany when all the records show his dad born in New York. People are wondering what's wrong with Donald Trump's mind that he can't even remember where his dad was born. Now, if Trump really is trying to make money as a pimp in Beijing, I got to hand it to him. I mean, that's a pretty clever way to make money, you know, exploiting human trafficking and women in a foreign country where laws don't apply to you. I'm kidding, of course. It's like totally scummy to be doing that. And, you know, you got to wonder why he wanted all those 38 trademark patents, too. Because we really didn't get anything out of the Chinese deal. We now have to accept Chinese chicken in our imports. So you don't know if you're eating rat meat or dog meat or cat meat when you get Chinese chicken at a Chinese restaurant. Nice, huh? And you got to wonder why he gave up West Virginia's mining rights to a Chinese nationalist firm to do the mining there. I mean, he turned his back on the American people when he handed over the mining rights to West Virginia. He didn't offer it to United Coal or Peabody Coal. He basically just gave it to China. What did we get out of the deal? Nothing. Are you getting suspicious yet that Trump is not really negotiating for America? He's negotiating for himself. I know I am. Now, they made a lot of money. Trump got $30 million from the NRA. The NRA never talked about the money they got from Russia that went into that money. The Democrats are not pursuing this case, but they should. Trump moved $26 million to a friend of Melania's, who was a party planner, in one fell swoop, a woman by the name of Stephanie Winston Wolkoff. He got $30 million from NRA, which may have come from Russia, and he moved that right into Melania's friend's hand. I mean, the whole thing looks suspicious. You don't just move a chunk of $26 million over like... People don't spend money on inaugurations in rounded numbers. But everything Trump moved over, and we see this now from the Mueller report regarding the inauguration expenses, everything he moved over was in rounded numbers. Nobody ever pays for media time in rounded numbers. It's always a smaller number or bigger number attached to a... We're never really able to move 26 million at a time or 1 million for a specific number of buys for commercials. And you recall that Donald Trump did not run any commercials at all on TV before the election. That's pretty suspicious. How did he spend all this money on the inauguration? That's suspicious. So there's some money being paid back and forth among people that just doesn't add up. And the Democrats, they're not smart enough to investigate all these things. Now, the Chinese government is working with Mark Zuckerberg. He's actually a lead on their method of controlling their population. In case you didn't know, Mark Zuckerberg was consulted by the Chinese government. But now the Chinese-style surveillance is possibly coming to the West. Yeah. The results could be terrifying. China is using social media credits. People don't have a positive social media credit score, can't go on trips on planes. This same type of thing could be like Big Brother watching your daily activity on the internet, and if you're saying anything outrageous, you'd get a negative score. So, gosh, you wouldn't want to speak the truth because then you'd get a negative score. They're going to be able to control people using this technique, and I don't support it at all. This guy, Andrew Yang, wants to implement a social credit system in America. He's all over the place. He wants to give people $1,000 a month all over the place. We wouldn't even be able to do that without drawing from our budget for the military. It's more than obvious Andrew Yang hasn't done the math on this. Okay, we got a request for some music. I'm going to go to the Cool Rock site. We've got Cool Rock ready to go, and we're going to go to the Scissor Fight collection of original music that he has. I have a site where you can watch the shows at the same time and hang out and have fun with all the different utilities I have on here. I've got ways of drawing on camera, or rather drawing on your website. Everything on coolrock.com is maneuverable. You can move anything around. It's all for you to do. You can adjust it. It's your web page to do whatever you want. Let me go to Scissor Fight's link up at the top, and we'll get that started. We're going to play the one he has, I Want to Get Close to You, his most recent.
Strobe lights, usually not my vibe, but my friends convince me. So just to have a good time, but then you got me buzzing like a neon sign, and ooh, I'm hypnotized by the way you move. So free, so free. I'm not really sure what this all like. Yeah.
China. 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 China.
I'm hypnotized by the way you move. So free, and ooh. And though I'm not really sure what this all might mean, yeah. I wanna get close to you, cause I think that you might be the one that can take me high, trial by fire. I wanna get close to you, cause I think that you might be
Hey,
the one
do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Okay. That was I Want to Get Close to You by Scissor Fight. Thank you. Okay, so we're en route to finding out what's up and what's down and what's in between. So one of the nice things about Cool Rock is, you've got the whole show right there. If you want to get rid of anything like this nuisance here, let's see, ditch the ads, you can X out of this. And we got the whole video going live. We've got interactive chat from both Vaughn and iVlog going in through the main screen here. I would be in the iVlog chat room if I had access there, but I have access over here on my screen. But yeah, it's fun. You've got musical instruments you can play. And that's an AI system responding. You've got drum machines, cool stuff, harp. And drum machines that'll spit out, pretty good information. You've got art, incredible art, fun things that you can draw, remaining very interesting, flexible. And Mr. Doob is one of the coolest sites I've ever seen. It's like a three-dimensional playland. And again, you move anything around. You can put this up with the chat room if you want to play, do artwork. This is all your screen. If you want to X out of anything, you can, and then hit refresh, and the whole thing pops right back just like it was original. And we've got a news site down here from 3 different perspectives. North Korea has fired a pair of short-range missiles twice in a week. Triggering the question, is Donald Trump really going to be broaching the issue of denuclearization when he can't even pronounce the word denuclearization? I challenge Donald Trump to say the word denuclearization. He has yet to say it publicly. He calls it do that big word thing, and he laughs like we don't know that he can't say the word denuclearization because it's too big of a word. Yeah, that's not pathetic. You got a president that can't even pronounce the word, let alone pursue it. Doesn't surprise me. Yeah, oh well, that's the way the cookie crumbles in this world. We get what we don't pay for. And I guess none of you paid for Donald Trump, so you don't have any stake in his presidency, whereas the people that did pay for him, and he owes a lot of money to, can control him. Yeah, like
Russia and
like
various
Kissinger.
other matters. We're talking about Syria, and I think that we're going to do very well with respect to Syria. I think things are happening that are really, really, really positive. Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger.
And Dr. Kissinger was called in right after he fired James Comey because he needed support from the Illuminati. If you're wondering if Donald Trump is working for the New World Order, he's sitting next to Kissinger. He called him after he fired James Comey a couple of years ago. I mean, it's crazy. Of course, he's a puppet for the New World Order. Donald Trump is doing everything he can to retain his free money that he gets from all these people. He loves money, and he doesn't want to have it broken off. He doesn't want to cut the pipeline to his free money. So he's willing to sell our country off for pennies on the dollar, just as long as he has a credit advance from Russia. We know now that he's hiding his IRS forms because there's something in the IRS forms, tremendous debt loss, that he claimed that he himself, he had $1.17 billion in debt, but he himself claims it's not a big deal. Yeah, sure. And Donald Trump, like I said, is doing the exact thing that Obama did. He's releasing 168,000 illegal immigrant family members into communities. Remember when he said he was going to use the sanctuary cities to dump them? He is. And then they claimed it was his idea to dump these people in sanctuary cities. It's not. The sanctuary cities were originally designed by Obama as a place to dump people. So it wasn't Trump's idea to dump them in sanctuary cities. He's just doing whatever Obama did, which means more proof that Trump is a puppet for the New World Order. They don't want a border fence. They don't want to fix the country's fencing problem. They just want to, I guess, let people in and weaken our country and drain our services. So if you're looking at illegal aliens living next door to you, like I am, you got to wonder, well, none of the ideas that I put out are being implemented properly by Donald Trump. Hi there. Welcome from Albania. Wow. Now, I'm not going to be whining about Trump. I'm going to be talking about ways to fix the country. But again, the Democrats are still sitting on a very big possibility that they can continue to find out more and more about the corruption that is in Trump's family. And the more they find out, I think the more they have to pursue impeachment. Donald Trump's grandfather ran a Canadian brothel during the gold rush period. Yeah, so being a pimp is not new to the Trump family. Apparently, his grandfather was a pimp for a while. Ran a brothel. Canadians amused by the improbable presidential run of Trump might be surprised to learn the role their own country played in shaping his history. His grandfather started the family fortune in an adventure that involved the Klondike Gold Rush, the Mounties, prostitution, and twists of fate that pushed him to New York City. Yeah, Friedrich Trump had been in North America a few years when he set out for the Yukon, says an author who just completed a new edition of her multi-generational family biography. Yeah. He'd left Europe in 1885 at age 16, his great-grandfather, a barber's apprentice whose father died young. Or rather, his grandfather, Trump's grandfather. Trump says, like I said earlier, he says his father was born in Germany when his father was born in New York City. He doesn't even know where his father was born. Yeah, if this is the story, if you want to find out about the brothel, here it is. It's an interesting read. Well, I think that's what happens when you have dinner and you eat too quickly. You get a little flatulence. Yeah, it's not uncommon. It's not unusual to have flatulence after a meal. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, apparently this is new to you. You've never had flatulence before. You don't need to contact a doctor. You're okay. But can you talk about something other than flatulence? That would be nice. Part of the problem is we've got so many problems facing our country with technology issues that I don't really feel safe flying. We still don't know what happened to MH370, and now a hacker claims that MH370 could have been compromised by a computer nerd. This is why I don't in any way fly, because I could be taken out and everybody on board the plane could be taken out because they may see me as a threat or something. Who knows? But plus, I really don't like breathing other people's underarm body odor, which was what happened on my last flight to California 20 years ago. It was just terrible. Some guy got on in Oakland and smelled to high heaven. The whole place smelled like body odor for 2 hours. It was unbelievable. Yes, copper utensils are probably okay. The human body has traces of copper in it. People wear copper bracelets that have arthritis. For some reason, they get relief from the copper. Something about the grounding aspect of copper that helps people. I could never understand why copper was medicinal, but it does have that. I never got a flight refund, no. Sarah and I booked a flight on JetBlue in 2010, and something came up. We had to get home because of a family crisis, and they refused to refund our money or give us a comparable flight. I thought that was pretty pathetic. JetBlue is on my agenda as a company that really is skirting the edge of legality. There's something going on with the JetBlue flights that I'm suspicious about. They keep everybody on the tarmac too long. I mean, one time, 12 people were on the tarmac for 12 hours. They couldn't even use the bathroom. It's a rip-off, airlines, right? And they refused to respond to my 15 emails that I sent their entire office administrative staff, including their CEO. He would not respond to me. Yeah, it's rare when a company refuses to respond to any consumers, but that's JetBlue. Not happy with them at all. So if you're wondering what's going on in the world and why the weather changes are occurring, well, we found out why. You may not believe it, but a lot of climate change is attributed to heavy metals in the atmosphere, which are being sprayed on a daily basis. I know that sounds kind of hard to believe that they would do that, but they really don't care about us. That's why they haven't banned plastic bags. Continues to pile up on our shores. Plastic waste is a big problem. I'd like to ban plastic packaging. But no, they're using heavy metals in the sky and radar to manipulate the weather. Isn't that interesting? And here's an example right here. This is an actual live photograph of a period of time that these radar patterns have all been coming out from various radar installations that creating weather patterns in and around the East Coast. This is not unusual. This is something that goes on all the time. So they're playing God with our weather. They're purposely dumping plastic in the water, in the oceans. It's ostensibly, the people that are in power right now don't care about our future. They don't care about the planet. And they see all of us as sheep. Well, thank you. You're donating me a Subway gift card. Thank you very much. I'd like to get that. Thank you. I don't eat at Subway, but I'm sure Sarah would like that. We'll call it a like contribution if you don't mind. I have to put a price tag on it. How much is on the $3.46 left? Don't waste your stamp. Yeah, Ace Spade has become a positive guy in our show. I've turned a lot of Republican supporters into centrists, and I'm glad because, as you know, I support the right to bear arms, which a lot of you Republicans support, most of you. I support the power of capitalism, the ability of the country to improve, you having the ability to improve your life with capitalism. I don't support socialism like Bernie and all the people on the left now. I believe that the government can compete in the free market as a competitor without unfair advantage, assuming we control that. And that's not socialism. And that's what we call hybrid capitalism, which is a way of creating a new buildup in our economy. We wrote a book about it. But Democrats, you'd think they would care about the environment, but they haven't done anything to really solve the environmental problem. Whereas we at America's Third Party want to solve the environmental problem. We want to deal with plastic waste. We want to deal with the inevitable destruction of the environment by Dow Chemical and Monsanto, Bayer. But the Democrats won't do anything in that department because they take money from Bayer and Monsanto, Dow, just to get elected. So we don't have that concern, and we have much better chance of solving the environmental crisis because we don't use the money from these evildoers to fund campaigns. But hybrid capitalism is available for download. You can get it at Kindle. If you go to americasthirdparty.com, it's 99 cents if you want to read it. It's $14.99 if you want a paperback mailed to you. You can cook a salmon stew that'll feed 20 for $3. Yeah, but it'll taste, you know what it'll taste like. Yeah. David, on the campaign, will you consider a stump at the local Sambo's near me? No, I can't. Sammy, the fact is, Sambo's restaurant is, even though they're still in operation, they're technically not a restaurant that would be good for my campaign, in that I did do a blackface video. And people who are racially sensitive to the fact that Sambo's originally came from the name Sambo would find that very disturbing. Plus, my security force would be pretty heavy. I'd have to hire a bunch of black guys to, guard me as I go in there. Yeah. So I don't think we're going to do that. Thanks anyway. I did go to a Denny's, though, in Cleveland, and I met one of our supporters at 12 midnight, and we stayed there till 4 in the morning talking to him. That was a long night. Sarah and I got back on the road at 4 in the morning and drove to the wee hours of the morning and finally found a motel in a small city I believe it was outside of Chicago. Yeah. It wasn't Gurnee, Illinois, where Larry Sinclair had sex with Barack Obama. That wasn't it. We didn't stay at the Comfort Inn in Gurnee, Illinois. No, we stayed somewhere else. I think it was a Motel 6 down the road. But we finally got into a Motel 6 at 1 in the morning, or 1 in the afternoon. So we met Mr. Bumpus at midnight at the Cleveland Denny's, and we sat amongst all these black people, because they all spill out of the dance clubs. Cleveland is the center of rock and roll, in case you didn't know. They spilled out of the dance clubs at 12, and there was this security guard with a gun at the Denny's, and we were surrounded by black people, just 3 white people, Sarah and I and Mr. Bumpus, talking about, politics till 4 in the morning. And then we were so amped out from the all-you-can-eat pancake breakfast and endless salad that I was eating, that Sarah and I just said, hey, let's go down the road. We kept driving. I think we finally stopped at 1 in the afternoon. We got a motel. We pulled in and went to bed. It's rare when you can check into a motel at 1 in the afternoon. But I remember I woke up at 5 in the evening and I did my show from the road. So when we do travel, and we will be traveling this summer, we will be doing the show from the road. We will have an abbreviated schedule, though. If you want to track it, you go to @thirdparty. We'll tell you what the schedule is. Yeah. But we're planning on making a trip this year, because it's been a long time, and I have a few things I need to take care of, family I need to visit, and Sarah does too. Hi there, my cat Fluffy. Well, Cleveland is the heart of rock and roll, and Mr. Bumpus was a roadie for all the bands there, and he was a union roadie, and we met him. He was in the movie A Christmas Story. He's in the first scene, and he's kind of famous just for that, but he was a great guy. We had a really good time talking to him. Never-ending conversation. Just fast tracks fight over the congressional subpoena of Trump's financial records. Okay, I'll take a look at that. The judge fast tracks the fight. Let's take a look. Yeah. A New York Times reporter calls Trump's business losses...
President Trump and his Treasury Secretary...
A New York Times reporter calls Trump's business losses unbelievable.
They refused to hand over the president's tax records to House Democrats. The New York Times has obtained a decade's worth of his tax information, and their findings are eye-popping, stunning. There's a lot of different adjectives you could use. Joining me is Suzanne Craig of the New York Times. She shares the byline of this breaking story. Decade in the red, Trump tax figures show over $1 billion in business losses. This is incredible in its scope and detail. Can you just lay out in your reporting, and again, it's on the New York Times, so people should go and read the full thing, but we're talking over $1 billion over a decade.
That's just for his core businesses. Every year that we looked at, he lost money, and the losses grew as he went further into the casinos and the losses that happened there. But it's unbelievable. We would have thought, at least in one of the years that we saw, maybe the year he wrote Art of the Deal, he would have made money. He didn't. He was just bleeding money every year that we looked at on his businesses.
In certain years, Donald Trump, according to your reporting, lost more than nearly any other individual taxpayer in the United States. Is that right?
Yeah, it's incredible because we had both his tax information and then we were able to compare it to a database of people who make a fair bit of money, and that was a 1/3 sampling, but even within that, he was often years was the largest number for losses in America. He lost.
So, I mean, the
it's
irony is
stunning.
He was actually the biggest loser, to use a term he would use if he was labeling somebody else.
If he was writing the headline at the New York Times, that would be it. It all kind of came to a head in 1990 when his casinos started to go bankrupt. But for years, we have thought that that was sort of where it started, but now we know he just never made money in those years. And it was just it was shocking for us to see, and we led with it, that the year he wrote Art of the Deal, this master of the universe
Which, by the way,
memoir,
written by
somebody else. But yeah, but that year he lost tens of millions of dollars.
It's incredible. Is there any response from the president on this reporting?
They have, the information that we have is from an IRS transcript, and they're simply saying that the numbers in it, they're saying that they're wrong, but they have not provided us with any information about what is wrong. They've just said that the transcript is questionable.
Yeah. Well, Trump is claiming that he just did it for tax purposes, meaning he lied on his taxes. Because now he says he didn't lose $1.17 billion that year. Oh boy, he's in trouble, I'll tell you. Everything points to Trump being guilty of everything. Everything. Everything points to him colluding with Russia. Everything points to him trying to stop the investigation, obstruction. The Mueller report that we did have a chance to read showed us that Trump's team met with Russians 127 times before the election. And yes, Donald Trump did meet the lawyer to end sanctions. He claims it was to talk about emails after he switched his story from adoptions. Oh yeah, this is just a case of, boy, they can't scramble fast enough to cover their ass when they're being exposed left and right. And Trump is definitely guilty of collusion and guilty of obstruction at every level. We need to move toward impeachment. Our country is wasting time. Our nation needs a new, bright leader and a future, not some old, washed up has-been who all he does is try to make money in the office of the presidency. That's my concern. I don't want a Democrat either. I think the Democrats are not to be trusted as well, and they colluded with Russia. We all know about the uranium deal that Podesta did. He made $97,000 on. We all know about the Clintons and the uranium deal and all that. This is crazy. And we need to get more information out about the two parties being corrupt. No, my hair is not a fishing line. No, it's just styled that looked like that. Your mom was Gloria Vanderbilt? Okay. Your mom was Gloria Vanderbilt? Seriously? Are you talking about Claypool Vanderbilt? Yeah. Sammy Davis, are you A.C. Cooper? Are you Anderson Cooper posing as Sammy Davis? Or because Anderson Cooper is an Astor and a Vanderbilt. There's no discounts on the book. No, it's scaled down to be affordable at $14.99. It's not designed to be I'm not making any money on it. I don't even think I've made any money on that book. It's designed just to be a paperback you can put on the wall and say, hey, wow, I have Dave's book. Well, thank you, Anderson Cooper, for coming into the show. It's a rare treat to have a homosexual man like you in the show. We always like to have representations of homosexuals here, people who are deviant, from the norm. I don't want to be, the only heterosexual here to represent the normative values in our culture. I guess I'm ready for the shirt you designed for me, yeah. Are you to give me a picture of the shirt? You're sending it to me right now? So you say I should I should put something on top of the blanket in the motel because they never wash the blankets. They probably have like semen on the blankets. I'll have to tell Sarah we have to make sure we bring our own blankets and sheets. Okay, here's the shirt. Let's take a look. Oh wow. No, yes. Everyone's asking for a Larry Sinclair shirt. I don't represent Larry Sinclair. No, I can't possibly make money on this. Nor do I want to. It says that he performed fellatio on Senator Obama. Yeah. It's just not the kind of shirt that really makes sense for the average person who's heterosexual to wear, you know. Unless, of course, you're gay and you did perform sexual favors to Barack Obama. Yes, Deneau says Donald Trump Jr. can also be charged with conspiracy and bribery from the Russian meeting in Trump Tower of 2016. It's true. Donald Trump Jr. got $50,000 for that meeting, I believe. Yeah. That's a strange little side note. Thank you, Deneau, for telling us. Trump Jr. has been subpoenaed by a Republican-led Senate committee. It just shows how bad this thing really is. Exactly. You performed fellatio on Barack Obama while he was smoking crack? I do like it. I can't sell Larry Sinclair stuff. I can't wear it. And I don't think I want to wear something that says that I performed fellatio on Barack Obama, because I never did. I don't believe in doing things that are deviant. Yeah. But if you want to believe that being gay is not deviant, by all means. It just statistically it is deviant for you to be gay. Just so you know. You're not in the norm. You're in the deviant category. Oh, the other fake Bengalitis has come in. Okay, thanks for alerting me to the one-eyed Bengalitis. The one-eyed Jack. Remove him from the show. Really? So you have stains on the shirt as well as under the collar? You know, that's really sad. You know, I would think there should be like a biological test kit you could bring into motels to test for like biological, some sort of a dangerous biological, like E. coli or something. There's nothing. You can't spray the sheets with any substance to see if blood's been on it, you know. I know, it's sad that we have to actually stay in motels, isn't it? Well, I haven't purchased a house every 300 miles like I wanted to. I was going to purchase a house every 300 miles across the country so I could stay in my own house, you know. So I figured I could make 300 miles in a day comfortably and then just move into another house, you know. But it's expensive. So motels are cheaper than buying our own house 300 miles away from each other. You got to go? Okay, thank you, my cat Fluffy. Ciao. Sleep well. Your friend urinates all over the hotel when he stays there? I bet that's what he does. And Censorfight made a very profound statement. He said Trump is making everyone a cretin. I was going to say crouton, but cretin is better, yeah. I doubt I ever will get media attention. It would be easier to commute if I had a media attention. I'd have an entourage. I have to travel incognito whenever I go anywhere. Well, I have a pretty good get-up where, you know, you can't really recognize me when I'm on the road. I'm completely. You would never guess that it was me. This is my outfit that keeps me from being noticed. No one notices who I am whenever I'm traveling like this. I have a kind of a. I call myself a sheeple, and I just, you know, I just tell people, yeah, I'm just a sheeple. No big deal. Nothing to worry about here. No one is going to upset anybody. Yeah, the very last thing I want is to be noticed. So this is perhaps my most important get-up, so no one could actually recognize me when I'm out in public. All right, Sarah's not going to be here for a while because she's having a wonderful time. Yeah, this is a metal band wig, yeah. Sarah's having a wonderful time with a show that they're putting on at the school. The kindergartners are singing. It's pretty cool. I think they just started it. They're almost done. In about a half an hour, they'll be done. Well, my history as a rock and roller is well noted, and no, this is not a wig. This is my original hair. What do you think? Of course, it's a wig. Zara, it's not Sarah. It's Zara. No, Zara's different. Zara's a woman who is a famous singer from Sweden, who is a famous man-hater. She dislikes men. Yeah. We play her music in the evening. She's pretty funny. Yeah, we even have some personal life on Zara. Let's see if I have her personal, her shadiest diva moments.
So good, so good, so good, so good. You know my love is so good, so good.
Zara Larsson is her name. She's a Swedish girl, and she does a lot of television, and she's a very famous singer now, and she's a hit singer. This is Zara, and she's done a lot of off-camera stuff for many years, and you know, she's got a compilation video here we'll play later tonight. Shadiest diva moments. She kind of loves herself, and she doesn't like men either. This is her when she was a little girl. She knew she was going to be a star. Yes, she said feminism and man-hating is two different things. I support both. So she's Zara Larsson is an openly man-hating woman. And that doesn't intimidate me. I think playing her music is more fun. I'm not personally involved with the rock stars that I play at night, but it's part of the goal is to actually, kind of fit in with the youth population. And I think I do a pretty good job, you got to admit. Tonight's theme is technology. The technology to wear a wig. Whatever you want to talk about. Oh, Hillary's not. Yeah, don't worry about Hillary. She's got a clone. Even if she's not feeling well, her clone will do very well. I'm convinced that Hillary's been cloned. I have no doubt about it. We saw a new Hillary come out 2.5 hours after the old Hillary collapsed at the 2016 9/11 memorial event. You remember that, right? You guys it was about 3 years ago. You remember when Hillary was collapsing, and then she went to Chelsea's apartment, which happens to be a cloning clinic. Yeah. I often wondered why Chelsea Clinton lived in a cloning clinic. But anyway, the clone came out. We saw what the clone looked like. I'll show you the picture of the clone right now in case you're wondering. She may still run for office. Yes, and I'm not making this up. They were cloning. The technology of cloning was going on way back in 2000. Remember Dolly the sheep? Well, Dolly the sheep was cloned, and that was 20 years ago. And that technology's been around for a long time. Yeah, here's the before and after picture of Hillary and her clone. It's pretty compelling. This was Hillary before she collapsed at the 9/11 memorial, and this is 2.5 hours later. You can't tell me that that's the same person. I think there are clones of high-profile political pundits, yes. I halfway think that Guaido was one of the clones that they made for Obama and that didn't work out right. Yeah. When their faces are brought up next to each other, they look very similar. There's a good likelihood that Guaido is a clone of Barack Obama. I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, you look at these faces and you're going, wow, that looks like a clone. The ears are slightly smaller, which would, explain the altered face, but yeah, they're trying to install a leader in Venezuela, much like they installed our leader, Barack Obama. You got to be put on heavy, strong antibiotics to kill the E. coli. Yes. I'm glad they're on it, Sunchild. Apparently, your stoma bag may have cross-contaminated with the. Yeah. I know. You're already at that point where you're really struggling. I hope you get those antibiotics into you ASAP. I hope you took your pills. I have no doubt that there are clones of high-profile political pundits, yes. Not really. 40 years of cloning technology could easily produce a clone, a human clone. And there are already trials going on with humansies, humans and chimpanzees merged. I think your underestimation of the technological progress is really at issue here, not my overestimation. I think it's safe to say that Hillary's been cloned on many different levels. But you're underestimating the technological growth. You know, 50 years ago, no one would ever think that we could have wafer-thin TV sets. Well, I predicted it 40 years ago, but that's just me. But 50 years ago, nobody predicted wafer-thin TV sets. And we are also seeing bendable TV screens now with the new iPhones that are coming out that are bendable. There's a lot of really cool things that are happening almost at a lightning blast of time and space. It's like so many things are happening. It's ridiculous. Okay, day 3. We got a 153news.net link tonight from Scissor Fight. Let's take a look what that will be. Well, let's be clear.
दोस्तों आज की न्यूज चालू करते हैं कुछ एक अलग
Hey, I'm going to back out of this, but I'll play more of it later. But yeah, Scissor Fight uncovered more anomalies in the discussion of this terrorist attack with no bodies, no proof at the STEM school shooting. Yeah, so that again, postings 5 days before the event, 3 days before the event. It is technically impossible for humans to land on the face of the moon. Yes. The moon landing was completely fake. But we have the ability to clone humans. There are things that are almost impassable, like bands of radiation called the Van Allen belts. And there are things that are not impassable, like genetic splicing and technology that has advanced 40 years now in development. Cloning is now 40 years old. The technology's been around since 1980s. To actually clone, and like I said, they perfected a cloned sheep in 2000 named Dolly. And here's a guy who really knows his technology. He calls himself Tracken Tech. Let's see what he has to say for a second. Let's see if we can make sense of what he's saying.
लोग कमेंट में हमें बताते हैं क्या है वो इंटरेस्टिंग नई मोस्ट एक्साइटिंग थिंग। चलिए देखते हैं कितने लोगों को समझते हैं। Realme X के बारे में बहुत कुछ बता चुका हूं। अब Realme ने खुद ने अनाउंस किया है कि इसमें इन डिस्प्ले फिंगरप्रिंट सेंसर होगा।
Okay, I'm not sure what language he's speaking, if he's speaking any language in particular, but I don't understand what he's saying. So I'm going to pass on that link. Thank you, though. This has a Looney Tune vibe. Yeah, it did. Scissor Fight handpicked that music for copyright royalty-free issues. Yeah. The MI A3 triple camera, Samsung's new 64 megapixel camera. Oh, yeah. This is another person who's going to do a tech talk. See what he sounds like. Not a TED talk, a tech talk.
कमेंट करके बता दीजिए। तो यहाँ पर दोस्तों सैमसंग की तरफ से काफी इंटरेस्टिंग खबर आ रही है और सैमसंग ने यहाँ पर अपने 2 नए कैमरे सेंसर्स को जो वो अनाउंस कर दिया है। जी हाँ, और सबसे पहला
Did he say he's going to have a jihad with his Samsung camera? I don't think I want to go there. Jihad sounds kind of disturbing. Click on CC. I think we have enough here just to process. Yes. Too much in TMI. Thank you. Yeah, we had enough time in our show earlier to not worry about this. Well, let me just touch on technology because I live and breathe technology. I see What do you think? Pretty good, huh? Try getting a translation of that. Students walk out of Colorado school shooting vigils saying their trauma was being politicized. Wow. Well, yeah, considering the crisis event was politicized, yeah, it was trauma. The trauma of being a crisis actor. Everyone's walking out. Dun 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 dun. I hope they don't monetize me on that sound. Okay, so now let's talk about technology for a bit because I have been an early technology user. I was one of the first chatters in the history of mankind. I like to see myself as the first chatter. Yes. Let me add my thread file together here. Hang on. I've got to put together Dateline, May 9th, 2019. Chat attacks. Okay, we're all set for more attacks coming our way. No, he doesn't know. In fact, I have been the first chatter since 1985. I started chatting on the billboards. The bulletin boards, rather. Yeah. No. I hold the title. And I was chatting using basic command language back in 1985. And then when I evolved as a chatter, I became one of the most infamous chatters on AOL. Yeah. I won't tell you my name, but everyone knew me. That's one of the reasons why I met Sarah, because I was chatting so much. For 2 years there, I was chatting from 1997 to 1998. And I finally met Sarah. After all my chatting experiences, I couldn't really have a normal conversation with anyone until I met her. I knew that there was something special there because she was normal. There was a lot of people that weren't normal online. And I don't know if this is true today, but when you meet somebody online, chances are they're overweight, extremely overweight. And I met a lot of women online and befriended them, and one woman sent me pictures of her, what I thought was her, and it was her sister. Yeah, she sent photographs of her sister to me. It's like, wow. So and she finally admitted to me that she was not in that picture. And I said, well, just out of curiosity, what do you consider a weight problem? 300 pounds, 5'1". Yeah. So there was a lot of that going on back in the day. I don't know if that's true now. I understand a lot of people now don't even meet except to have casual sex behind the public restroom. So, yeah. I hold the titles for everything. I've been the longest broadcaster in world history who's consistently done an on-camera live broadcast where I talked in front of people for 5 hours a day for 10 years. I've got over 30,000 hours logged in with no breaks. Other people claim to be a lifecaster. Well, yeah, they can turn a camera on and walk around their living room, but that's not what I do. I constantly entertain and talk and share ideas. I am the record holder. But I'm not going to take any credit for it because I'm not, into, egotism and all that. I'd rather kind of minimize my fame as the greatest chatter on earth. Well, apparently that's not getting any real help. These technology links, could you bring them to me in English? Thanks. And we have another link from Scissorfied. Let's take a look at that. Students walk out because it's being politicized. Right. Yeah, I got that. Okay, good. We all live in Fantasyland. Hello to Mr. Rourke for me. Mr. Rourke. PJ Rourke? O'Rourke? The famous satirist? I don't know him. I've read his books, but he's very funny. Yeah, he's a funny guy, PJ Rourke. But he's not exactly, my kind of guy. I would hang out with him, PJ Rourke. Is that who you're referring to? I have a wealth of knowledge about writers and things that I can draw from. If you'd like, we can talk about things. If any of you have a topic of discussion, we can discuss it. I have a wealth of information to draw from at any given time on any subject. Your hubby got tested for E. coli because you're contagious right now? Wow. Hey, Dave, can you explain the difference between single payer and public option health care? Because if you're poor, you already get Medicaid. Thank you. Good question. Good to know. Well, the single payer plan, which is really Medicare for all, trumped up with way more funding than we have to spend, was actually designed to pull 7.5% from employee taxes and 7.5% from employer taxes, payroll taxes. 15% was going to come from hardworking Americans to pay for non-working Americans. That's the single payer plan. A public option health care plan like we support offers a $60 a month plan for full health care and dental coverage. Very affordable, not like $7,000 a year, $7,000 to $10,000 a year, which people are paying now for health care at pumped up private health care rates. You will be served in public hospitals and nonprofit public hospitals. Hospitals that get tax breaks right now for being nonprofit will work for the American people, offering affordable health care at a fixed rate. You won't have to pay extra. $60 a month will get you basic health care coverage, including catastrophic care. That's something that I think we can put together that's affordable. What Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats put together with Obamacare was way too expensive. Nobody wanted to do it. In fact, Obamacare's claim to fame is that they got health care for 27 million people. Wrong. 27 million people on Medicare and Medicaid had health care already. They just automatically transitioned to Obamacare. And Medicaid is, in and of itself, a complete socialized medical system. In fact, we have Medicaid for all right now. So why are the Democrats pitching Medicare for all when it's going to be like $40 trillion just to finance that? It's absurd. So we have a public option plan and a scaled down cost for health care. The problem with health care is we can't reduce the costs because doctors and nurses are so greedy. So we came up with a mobile medical unit idea, and even Donald Trump copied the idea claiming it was his when he didn't even implement it just to get noticed. He just came in our show and copied every one of our ideas and acted like it was his idea. I'm not the first person to come up with mobile medical units. I'm the first person to apply that mobile medical units concept to our healthcare crisis. I'm the one who originally thought of that. So in lieu of that simple plan to get money into a program that will help build low-cost healthcare solutions, we have a couple of different options that we can pursue. But the mobile medical unit idea is one of our best, I think. We can make up to 200 mobile medical units initially in the first year at a total cost of $1 billion. $5 million per mobile medical unit to implement these and to train the EMTs to handle the operations of the mobile medical unit. We can train them in a central location, and we can send the mobile medical units all across the country from a central location. Yes, she has E. coli. She's being treated with extreme antibiotics. We're all praying for you, Anita. Even the atheists in the room are praying right now to their non-God. We hope you get better. Yeah. Well, it's nice to have somebody who relies on our show to come in here and hang out with us. We certainly want everyone to be able to do this. If you feel like you want to hang out and chat, any one of you, and you're not feeling well, feel free. We really don't have a problem with that. Yeah, she should be in a hospital. But the mobile medical unit idea is going to be implemented through the VA system. And we believe that this can actually help immediately fix the problems with getting healthcare, affordable healthcare to average people. Yeah, it's kind of a difficult process to get people necessary healthcare at an affordable price. And we've always run into this problem with the Democrats because they just keep giving money away to big, rich, greedy doctors and administrators. In my area, the administrators we have a hospital director who's retiring, a CEO of our local hospital. We got billed $50 million to build a wing onto a hospital that hardly even uses any of the rooms. And while we paid $50 million, the CEO of the hospital was getting $400,000 a year. And she's going to retire out this year with about $100,000 a year for the rest of her life. When she made the mistake of ordering another wing onto a hospital for $50 million, and it went over budget. It went to $72 million. So they had to take another loan out of $22 million to finance this wing that she created for no reason, mind you. They had plenty of rooms before. They literally used our tax dollars to create a new wing where they charge people that go in there $5,000 a day to stay in there, in a room. A luxury hospital room, $5,000 a day. You can get a penthouse suite for less than $1,000 a day anywhere in the country. But oh no, they want to charge $5,000 a day to be in a hospital sitting there hooked up to tubes. It's crazy. Yes, T. Rucker faked his death. He is alive. He was on screen a couple days ago. But the real problem is the huge ripoff. So I've got two birds with one stone, ideally to solve the problems. We want to improve and modernize the Veterans Administrations, which Ocasio-Cortez just said was not, the VAs are perfectly fine, there's nothing wrong with them. She is out of her mind. People are dying at our VAs right now, waiting for help. Ocasio is completely devoid of reality. She really is off the top, complete greedmonger of her own making. I feel like she shouldn't even be in politics. She's so evil in her intent. Pure greed. So having improved the VA system with a mobile medical telemedicine system, we will also do work to improve the quality and sterile technique of doctors working at the VAs. So we'll have less hospital-borne infections, and we'll have a much lower cost assembly for people who even aren't veterans. You'll be able to get work at the VA for less. We'll be able to treat anybody. Yeah, I'm opening up the VA system to be available to anybody in the U.S. We'll have a modernized system that will be much more affordable for average people. So even our nonprofit hospitals will have to do a reality check, because right now they're getting tax-free income and they're not really controlling their rates. And I'm going to insist that they control their rates if they have tax-free status. No president has ever done that. And Donald Trump hasn't done anything like that to instigate a whole new price structure for healthcare, which is essential. Hey, how was that musical?
Cute.
Super cute. It was kindergartners,
Super
right?
Cute. Yeah.
Wow.
Old MacDonald had a farm.
That's cute. Yeah. All right. We're going to take a look. Sarah's going to talk about stuff that she did today, which is have fun with kids because she's a teacher. And
yeah.
Thank
and
you.
I made a couple trips to Walgreens. That's one of the reasons I'm a little late. Is because I
got those pictures?
Yeah, I got to have pictures for Mother's Day.
Yeah.
So that's another thing.
Yeah, Deneau said it very simply. The real problem with healthcare in America is the greedy doctors and their practices.
I'm gonna be right back. I need some
chops. Definitely get something to drink and relax. Yes, they're unaffordable for average people. You're right. And doctors, they're upgrading to Teslas now. They're getting rid of their Lexuses. They're buying Teslas. All the doctors are now. They spent all your money 20 years ago on Lexuses. Now they're getting Teslas. So nurses work pretty hard, but I've met a lot of greedy nurses in my day. I've met incompetent nurses. We had a nurse in our area oversee the life of a prisoner, and she was supposed to check on his vitals, and she went in, looked through the window, and said, "Yeah, he's okay." He died the next day of no water. That nurse was not charged with any crime, and she's still serving as an RN at our local hospital right now. All she did was open the window and say, "Yeah, he looks okay." That's a nurse that is working at our local hospital right now. Our local hospital employs 160 nurses to take care of a small staff of people, very small group of people. The money, the ripoff, it's ridiculous. It's unbelievable how much money is going into nursing. And we're not getting quality care, especially in our area. It's a disaster. It's the worst I've ever seen. I could tell you horror stories about healthcare in our area. I don't want to get personal, so I'm not going to do it. Thank you.
And some doctors don't even know how the billing system works in the hospital. They're just like, I got hired by the hospital, I get a paycheck, and they don't realize how things are billed. And
yeah,
I mean, it's yeah.
And doctors act like, well, this is a big problem. Well, we could alleviate that problem. If you work at the VA system, we'll take care of all of your paperwork, including your malpractice insurance. That's going to solve a lot of problems for the doctors, but they will be fixed. Their salary will be no more than $150,000 a year. But we'll be working them full schedule, sometimes 12-hour days. Sarah works 12 hours.
Well, but I do have summers off.
Yes, you do.
So currently, yeah, exactly. I do work a lot, but it's enjoyable, the work I do. Reading, writing, math. It's a lot of work. So anyway, you work like 10 to 12 hours. Wow. Yeah, 10 to 12 hours. You have more stress teaching than you did managing at a business in the private sector. Yeah, some days I think I could do something different, but other days it's just, this is nice and it's cute and it's fun and I'm where I'm supposed to be. Because you knew the impact you had. First year teaching, you used to cry every day because of the impact you had. Like you're like, yes, I did it. I'm such a good teacher. I'm making a difference. Like that. Or I'm so passionate. I'm glad you found that work-life balance. I'm still working on that sometimes, apparently. I'm still working on when to stop working. Like even today, I'm like, and I talked to I have this colleague that seems to have found the work-life balance. Maybe men can do it a little easier. But, cause like all the female teachers, I have a couple of female colleagues and some male colleagues. Well, the female colleagues, I'm like, so are you doing anything for Mother's Day? They're like, yeah, I took pictures of the kids holding something, and then, they're making cards, and then like the male teacher's like, no. I just tell them, remember to tell your mom Happy Mother's Day on Sunday. No. Your principal said, why do today what you can put off till tomorrow? I don't like to procrastinate. And I feel like I get a lot. There's a lot I do. But then there's more that I want to do. I think I would be better. Wouldn't you prefer someone who wasn't a procrastinator? Right to know? All right. I realize a lot. I'm more like, that's got to be done. Somebody's got to do it. Might as well do it. Might as well be me. Whereas my friend said, yeah, you know, you see it and it's like somebody's got to do that. And then I do whatever it is I think somebody should do. That's pretty interesting. You remember all your primary school teachers? That's awesome. I'm glad you had such a positive experience. I know some people didn't have that positive experience. I'm glad to hear you did. Well, it all depends. I mean, in our state, they have to do observations on all of their teachers and then I believe observations on their teachers and their classified staff. And then they have the behavior issues that they have to deal with. And then there's pressure from the district office that they have to deal with, and meetings and running a budget. And it's a lot of work being a principal. I used to think I wanted to do that, and I know that I would be completely capable of that. But however, the whole issue with managing students managing behavior issues, that's I don't know if anyone really loves that. Maybe. I think there was a school psychologist that's like, I love dealing with those types of children. Like, really? That's with children with those types of behaviors. You want to become a principal as soon as possible. You need to be an assistant principal for 3 years first. Do you have you're already qualified? Why do you need to be an assistant principal first? Why can't you just apply to be a principal? Is that a South Carolina thing? Oh no. Oh no. All right, Bingo, I know you're giving me YouTube links.
Fucking troll!
Oh, you're such a troll, Bingo. All right, hello, Gene Nightcloud, if you're still there. Oh, like Joe Biden? Let me tell you what you should do with your life. Wow. It's Thursday. Thankful Thursday? We can go around the room and tell everyone what we're thankful for. I'm thankful for my work. I'm thankful for my friends. I'm thankful for David.
Tonight's topic is technology, in case you're wondering.
Oh, and technology.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have a lot of technology. We have a laptop that we do our show on, and it's kind of amazing all the different things we have.
Yeah. Well, we need not just a master's degree to be an assistant principal or principal in our state. You have to have a master's degree in leadership. It's a specific one and then you to be able to get a credential. And our the WGU master's program, actually any master's program, they partner with a school district, and our school district requires a 1-year internship. So some they only need like 8 leadership hours, but ours requires like our district requires people to intern with them for a year, which I think is really good, because then what they do with their interns is they have them go and like shadow the IT director. They have them go and shadow for a day. They have them go and shadow maintenance. They have them go and shadow the transportation director. And so having that, they say that the reason they have them do that is because then they see a bigger picture of how the school district operates. So if they become a principal in their district and they're like, why can't the buses just come 5 minutes earlier? They know why they can't, because they're at another school picking up students, or, they have, so I think that's really good. Yes. Yeah, WGU is nationally accredited. It's a cool. I was thinking about my master's degree in leadership, but they also have an endorsement program. So once you have your master's in some other area, education related area, you can get an endorsement in leadership. And I've thought about going back to do that, but your school is small, 250 people, K through 8. We have 450 K through 4. Yeah, I can see why you teach so many subjects. They have combined classes for the younger grades? Do they have combined classes, like a K1 class and then 2-3 class or something like that? No, instead they have Montessori type stuff. Probably would like teaching it like that. I sometimes kind of do. I have students doing their own projects and learning some independent learning. 2 first grade teachers, 2 second grade teachers, 1 third grade, 1 fourth grade. Okay. What is that supposed to say, Hot Rails? Is that some kind of SOS or something? It's definitely code. Okay. Missouri kindergarten. Wow. It sounds like a neat school, though. Yeah, all know each other, your friends. It sounds like when you only have 250 students, it seems like you can really build a sense of community and a sense of family with that size school. Oh, no. I'm so sorry, iVlog people. David was totally scrolled up, so I thought like the chat had stopped. Yes, it's a lot of pressure and responsibility to be a principal. I'd rather just support in my current role. Huh. Interesting, scissor fight. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that, 15145. What's my idea of community? My idea of community is positive interactions with other people. The ability to talk to one another, share goals, support one another. you would like to be that support, but you would like to be remunerated in order to be that support. Whereas and sometimes I just am that support. I am a support. I'm a supportive person. Because like I said, I'm like, something really needs to be done about that. So then I just do it. But, then I have the accolades I need within me. I know what I am, and I know what I'm capable of. And I did get accolades. I mean, all of my colleagues voted for me for Teacher of the Year at my school last year. So. Wow, you do a lot of work for your principal. You're working on the grade level staff assignments for the next school year right now for the whole school. Wow. You have to take into consideration what people want to teach. And then do you guys have specialists? Like we have art and music and PE. Oh, right, because you're a small school. One music art teacher and one PE teacher. Nice. You say the market's crashing? I should look into that. Well, that's good. I like schedules and like master schedules and figuring out how things fit together and logistics and things like that. I really like that. Oh, Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped as the midnight tariff deadline looms. The Dow 450 points, but cuts its losses. And NASDAQ finds support. Trump claims he got a beautiful letter as the Dow Jones rallies off the lows. Like, that was 7 days ago. Where's... Okay, here it goes. Down 0.5%, 138 points. We'll show you all that. I agree, it is artificially inflated as it is. So it was down quite a bit in the morning. Then it rallied after afternoon, then kind of hovered, dropped, almost regained its losses, but dropped 0.5%. Yeah, you think the rich realize they have to make their money trickle down or they'll have socialism if we have a recession? Okay, so let's look at it over the last 5 days. Ooh, there were some big dips. Especially today. Let's look over it over a month. Yeah, definitely today was a big dip. 6 months. Huh. Not bad when you look at it over 6 months. Year. Look at that. Still on the upward climb over a year. I don't know why David hasn't talked about Cynthia Beck. Can I sense whether a location might be haunted? Oh, January 2019. No. Yeah, we don't have to. Someone over at iVlog was like, protect the markets, it's crashing. God save the markets. That's why we were discussing the stock market. Have I ever been in a visually pleasing location but got creeped out for no reason? Like, this looks good, but something feels weird. I don't recall. I do feel like when deaths were... I've experienced people who died, and then I feel like I've experienced ghosts. Good night, Anita. You get those feelings often. Maybe you're like that show, The Sixth Sense, where the ghost came to the person because they knew they could communicate with them. No one knows what's going to happen at midnight. Oh, Asia stocks are gaining as increased tariffs on China loom. Do you ever get mad that I didn't buy a shirt in a smaller size? Sometimes. I'm like, ooh, this is a little too big on me. But then there's also when you buy a shirt and it's too small. I don't know, that's almost worse. $5 donation has you enter to win a trip to meet Donald in New Orleans. Wow. Yeah, that's true. When you're in good shape, small is okay. And you're right. When you're in good shape, it's like in your shape, you buy something too big and you're like, but I want to show off my nice shapes. I have students in class whenever who laugh, whenever they say the president's name. I don't know if they think it's a joke. I don't really know. Yes, I do have students who want to be president someday. Their tactics seem to be game show-like. I don't doubt that at all. It's like, bring in the people that helped promote The Apprentice. Oh, goodness. Oh, this is a strategy that's emerging to counter the House Democrats. Go ahead and dare them to impeach. No, I don't mention. I try not to get into politics. Oh, support for impeaching Trump rises. America's support. And Jeff Bezos has unveiled his moonlander concept. He wants to take astronauts to the moon by 2024. Bingo, I am not going to save any of your links with your last one. Burn me once, shame on you. Burn me twice, shame on me. It was a blonde, Legally Blonde, the actress from Legally Blonde saying something about trolls that you posted. Nothing was wrong with it. I didn't want to see it at the time. Makes me think you are a troll. Posting that. That's probably what was wrong with it. Fine troll. Someone who tries to interrupt the show to draw attention to themselves. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe that's how I would define a troll. Hillary had a crippling lack of likability. I think I have a pretty good likability factor. Gosh darn it, people like me. You're trying to help David all the time. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're trying to help David all the time. Healp, H-E-A-L-P. Is that a cross between help and heal? Okay, good. Well, what was the point of that video with Reese Witherspoon? I think it was Reese Witherspoon. I was just trying to understand you, Bingo. What was the point of posting that link in the room? Was there some message behind it? Okay, David was talking about nurses. Okay, and you don't know who it was. It was some woman answering a telephone. I'm pretty sure it was Reese Witherspoon, the actress. Well, at least we're entertaining moving nerd. He's cracking up at my conversation. Hello, Letterbox BC79. Is that like up in Canada somewhere? You live a letterbox BC79. I don't need a zip code. Just send it to BC79. All right, let's move on. Napa Edition tiny house RVs are ready to roll for under $60,000. Seriously, you don't need to spend that much money. Wow. There have been 2 fatal rollovers in the last month at Camp Pendleton. A Marine was killed and 6 others were injured in the recent rollover accident. I'm sorry, Misanthropy. Yes. No one you know is here, and so you're bored because you don't feel like you can have a deep conversation until it's not as intellectually stimulating when your friends are here. Okay, thank you. She was a teacher. I'm a teacher. Misidentified as a nurse. David was talking about. That's why you posted nothing major in the reason. Okay. Well, I just didn't like. I don't know. I didn't like it. So I will ask you to. Tell me why you're posting each of your YouTube links before I click on them. Wow, the fire is still burning. Engineers are preparing to tear down the remaining walls of the Plaza Hotel. Oh my gosh. In downtown Victoria. Oh, a whale watching vessel ran into problems in the San Juans. The fire started on Monday morning. You got some pretty good footage on your Twitter account. So you're just northwest of us. That's pretty cool. It's so nice up here. Today was very warm though. I like it warm, but it was, I guess this is like, whoa, this is hot. I guess I've adjusted to the weather up here. It was 69 degrees today. Well, it had 49% humidity. I think that was it. It was pretty humid today. The U.S. has taken control of North Korean sanction-busting ship. The North Korean ship used to illicitly transport coal has been seized over sanctions violations, according to the U.S. Okay, look at the Twitter link. Okay, thank you, Bingo. Sorry. Thank you for posting about technology in hospitals. Twitter link. Which Twitter link? Speaking of hospitals. My dad's there. Staying overnight. Hopefully getting better. Students at a vigil for the STEM school shooting in Highlands Ranch reportedly walked out of the event after Democratic politicians made remarks and students said the tragedy was being politicized. Outside, the students chanted, "Mental health, mental health." They said they don't want to be used to promote gun control. They became furious after listening to a woman from the far left gun control group, Moms Demand Action, who was heavily politicizing the tragedy. Her name was Laura Reeves. It was anti-gun political rally run by the adults, according to a person. And it was a free political stunt or speech where Jason Crow and Michael Bennett, STEM students, walked out in protest, and then they came back in and took the microphone from the activists. They were righteous and awesome. Wow. That's a good, that was very good. Thank you, Miss Anthropy. I'm going to leave that open for David. It was used politically in favor of gun control. It was used for as an anti-gun protest, which is in favor of gun control. The shooting happened in Colorado. Well, they claim it was, 2 days ago or something? I think Tuesday. But then David has a thing earlier about how they posted dates. If you Google it, there's dates from 4 days before the event actually occurred. I know Twitter has said something about those date posting issues, but really, can't they just fix it? I have to see, who is this Soul Pays woman? Is that the eBay person? The person who went and shot in eBay? Oh no. Okay. The scare leads to gun bill closing Colorado loophole for rifles and shotguns. Wow, so she had alleged threats against Columbine, but then they said she killed herself. Oh yeah, Nassim. Well, you're talking about, I think you guys were talking about Soul Pays being like a caricature, and that's why I thought of Nassim. So Nassim always seemed like an odd character.
Mission accomplished. Thank you.
They're all CGI.
You can have your dinner and relax and spend the night relaxing.
Well, I can help you. If you
No, I'm good. I think I've done everything. You might want to feed the cat, though.
Okay, I can do that.
Good. Well, you had a wonderful time today, and that was a fulfillment, and you did extracurricular activities.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. But I had other things I was doing too. So I would have been spending my time here or there doing those extracurricular
Yeah, totally.
some of the extracurricular activities.
Well, they're fun. I mean, when the parent-teacher association's involved, and those are fun too. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Yeah, all those attacks were CGI, according to Misanthropy. He thinks that these characters that they're creating are CGI. Yeah, thank you. I don't know if this person even lived, the Soul Pie woman. Well, the woman who attacked Google YouTube headquarters. When you look for her face, it's this person. Oh, this is the different one. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is not the Soul Pie. I had her confused with the Google YouTube person. Yeah, this person, they said was an 19-year-old. I'm sorry, but that's not a 19-year-old who was stalking the Columbine campuses. Yeah, that's not a 19-year-old. That's a 45-year-old. Yeah, there's no way that's a 19, 20-year-old. The better pictures of her? I don't know if there are better pictures of her. You have better pictures of her? What do you think I've been posting in the room the past 6 days, Dave? Mystery surrounds the 1,000 guns that were seized at the LA mansion connected to the Getty family. Remember Andrew Getty? Yeah, maybe he was, maybe he had a stockpile. You know, sometimes these rich people get hobbies. Yeah, Andrew Getty died a couple years ago, but yeah, all these guns.
A of the Penal Code, unlawful transportation, giving, lending, selling, and assault weapon. That's going to be the charge at this time. They'll probably be taken from here and taken to our local jail facility where we process in blood.
Okay. Yeah. Andrew Getty was a young man, really. I mean, wasn't that old. His net worth, I think, was $3 billion. He died at the age of 47 years old. He was an oil heir to the Getty family, and he died very young with $3 billion. Very suspicious, too, that if this is related to him, the whole case is suspicious. In my perspective, this is Andrew Getty Jr. when he was a younger man, and this was him toward the end of his life. And his death was so sad. It was tragic. He bled out from his rectum. Now, normally a person who's got bleeding in the rectum would get a doctor, especially if they have $3 billion in net worth. I know, wow. But he went from being this guy, a really nice guy, to being married in a torturous relationship with his wife, and absolutely was in the throes of divorce when he was found in his house in probably the same place. I don't know if it's related. Bleeding out from the rectum. Yeah, I don't know. He didn't have a history of rectal bleeding that I knew of. But again, no investigation by the LAPD. None. None at all. And his wife would have inherited $3 billion. That's a lot of money. There's a couple of deaths in that region. I know of a guy. No, he didn't. It didn't seem like assault or attack. He just bled out in his house by himself, bleeding out of his rectum. Anyway. You got some better pictures of her? Let's take a look. Soul Pie. I had her confused with other weird-looking women from YouTube. Yeah. No one's perfect. There she is. Yeah, she's clearly not 18, 19 years old. She looks like a Russian immigrant. Yeah, she's clearly not 18 or 19. That's an older woman. I would say mid-30s. Yeah, there's no way that's an 18, 19-year-old woman. You're really into her, I take it. You have so many pictures of her. Well, we don't go anywhere near Encyclopedia Dramatica. We are not allowed to post anything there. I'm so sorry. Wow. You're not allowed to post anything from that location. They're housing a site that's attacking our show. The person is slandering me, libeling me. He's been maliciously attacking the show. I can't possibly. Okay, here she is with a younger woman, but also could be in her 20s. Yeah, the woman on the left doesn't look like she's in her teens. Yeah, and look at the hands, you know, the significant part of her hand right here, where the veins are showing, that usually happens in a woman around 35. So I'm going to go, I don't buy the story. She's obviously a real person, though. Yeah. I don't think that's CGI, do you? Yeah, it looks like she's been to a few bars and had a few guys, you know, been around, had a good time. You know, a woman can play around and you know, enjoy herself, and she's called a whore, which is horrible. No pun intended. A man plays around and he's called a stud. Isn't that ridiculous? Hi, Lorena. How are you? I don't think we've met. Is that ridiculous? Men get you know, some sort of like a brownie points for cheating on women and doing all kinds of weird things. It's like, yeah, he's a stud. And a woman does that, and they're called whores. It's just terrible. I just think the world is kind of upside down, you know. I'm glad I'm not a Muslim, because if I were a Muslim, my Sharia world would be really, really defined. I've met some Orthodox Jews that are just absolutely over the top. They won't even touch a woman. Yeah, Orthodox Jews will not shake the hand of a woman. You're doing fine, thank you. Good. Shariat. We met a guy who now lives in Golan Heights, and he has, I'm sure he has a family and everything, but when he met Sarah for the first time 10 years ago, Sharia law. When he met Sarah for the first time, he wouldn't shake her hand. It was like, wow, dude, you won't touch women? Apparently, the Orthodox Jews are like the Muslims this way. They feel that they are getting excited and aroused by the touch of a woman. And they blame the woman for having a hand exposed because of their arousal. Yeah, isn't that interesting? And Muslims won't touch a woman either. Yeah, it's just kind of strange how the men in these cultures blame the woman for their own attraction to them. That women can't show their faces, and it's pretty sad because now it's carrying over to our country, and our president isn't implementing any structure at all in Dearborn, Michigan. And it's becoming obvious that women who are now driving, who have 5 women living with one mullah, collect 5 separate welfare checks. Or here's 3 women living with one mullah, and they all have a driver's license. And in their driver's license, they have no face whatsoever showing, except she has a little bit of her face right there, but hardly any. So you got to wonder, how are these people able to be determined on the road? Here's one in Toronto, Canada. How do you know this is the real person? I mean, we are looking at a huge security risk at our airports, driving down the road. We don't know who these people are by the slits in their gown. It should not be allowed here, and I believe that Donald Trump should do something, and we should stop letting women collect 5 separate welfare checks, living with the same man, having polygamous relations. Frankly, I don't really think the government should involve themselves in their polygamous relations. That could be within the Sharia law. I don't see any reason, because they do it. Mormons do it. There's polygamous relationships going on all over the country. And the government really shouldn't rule on marriage, but when you look at all of the spin-offs from that, like multiple welfare checks going to the same dude with 5 wives. I mean, that's not cool. We should not allow that. Why don't you care that Cynthia Beck is trafficking firearms? I do. I'm concerned that there's some connection with this 1,000-gun thing and secret, movement of traffic arm. Yeah, that's all very, very, serious. But again, a 57-year-old man has been ID'd in the 1,000 guns up in the Bel Air area, linked to the Getty family. Suspect bails out after massive gun cache is seized. So he's identified in court records as a longtime companion of LA real estate mogul Cynthia Beck, was arrested Wednesday. Seized of 1,000 guns from Holmby Hills.
As you can imagine, we all have a lot of questions. I mean, these are multi-million-dollar homes here in Bel Air. This little red Mini Cooper you see here, our understanding is it's owned by the suspect. And again, that man, Gerard Sines, 57 years old, posted bond today, $50,000. And so far, all day we've been here, and we've seen nobody come in or out of these front gates.
Well, one thing is for sure, they're not armed anymore.
There were rifles, shotguns, assault rifles, pistols, and over 1,000 rounds of ammunition, all seized from this one Bel Air estate yesterday.
I've never seen so many weapons in my career of 31 years. Such a big arsenal like this in the residence in this type of neighborhood is kind of astounding. So the good thing is now this neighborhood is very clear of these weapons that could have ended up in the wrong hands. But fortunately for us, we investigated and were able to take those guns off the streets.
And from Sky 5, we captured the suspect being taken into custody, busted for unlawful transportation, giving, lending, or selling assault weapons. Court records identified the suspect as 57-year-old Gerard Sines. He posted a $50,000 bond today to get out of jail. Sines, a general contractor, is said to be the longtime companion of Los Angeles real estate mogul Cynthia Beck. It's unclear if they live together here or what their relationship is, but per court documentation, the home is owned by Cynthia Beck, who has 3 daughters with oil heir J. Paul Getty's son, Gordon Getty. Beck was reportedly the billionaire Gordon Getty's longtime mistress. Getty's secret second family scandal made headlines, as you may remember, around the world, much like the details of this arrest.
You don't want this in your backyard. You don't want your children playing in anywhere near people that are housing so many guns.
Federal agents say it took about 30 law enforcement personnel and more than 12 hours to remove all of these weapons. The home is in the 100 block of North Beverly Glen Boulevard here in Bel Air. ATF and LAPD confirm an anonymous tip is what launched this probe. Law enforcement right now is not disclosing how the guns were being sold.
I don't know what the big deal is. I mean, Eric Holder gave 65,000 guns away to the drug cartels, yet we did make a stink about that. I mean, a serious crime has been committed. Exactly where? I'm not sure. A $50,000 bond for the Gettys is nothing. And our relationship to this woman who's a top real estate mogul, Cynthia Beck, you got to wonder. Her fame and fortune is well noted, of course, despite the fact that, she's probably not open to comment right now, but we can show you pictures of her. Here she is. Anyway, I don't know what the big deal is. I'm really trying to figure out what the crime was that was committed here. Well, the fact is $50,000 bail is a significant amount of money. But what was the crime again? Housing weapons? And I don't think there's a law against housing weapons. I've known gun collectors who've had 1,000 weapons in their home, all antiques. It's not uncommon. It's not unusual for people to collect guns. Da 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 da. Well, if they're all registered in his name, it'd be perfectly legal. If these were unregistered weapons in California, I can see how lots of crimes have been committed here. Yeah. But I mean, really? I mean, it's the victimless crime. I mean, I'd be more than willing to probe into what happened to Andrew Getty as opposed to what's going on here. I'm more interested in what happened to him when he bled to death, having bled out from his rectum. I mean, I think that's more of a story, but we didn't even pursue that. And the government never even looked into that at all. And what happened to all of his assets? His ex-wife, who he was divorcing, got it because they still had a relationship. Right before he died, he had a restraining order out on her, Andrew Getty's ex-wife. Yeah, and she inherited everything. His ex-girlfriend, his body was found by his ex-girlfriend. An ulcer was suspected in intestinal bleeding that killed him. He had complained about stomach pain in the 2 months beforehand. The Getty fortune is worth approximately $5.4 billion right now. But that was a 2015 estimate. It may be less. Yeah, I don't have his wife's name. It was a historic mansion of Hollywood Hills. He was a recluse. 2 weeks prior to his death, he filed a restraining order against his ex-girlfriend, Lanessa DeJong. Okay, his ex-girlfriend. Sorry, I thought it was his wife. Huh. My mistake. They ruled the death accidental with methamphetamine use and heart disease as contributing factors. 47 years old. I don't know if she inherited it at this point, but they were together, you know. They were a couple, at least in this picture. The Hollywood life, yeah. So you got to wonder, did she have it? Was she named in the will? Did he put his girlfriend in the will? I mean, and then he died. I was like, I don't know. I knew a guy who was in Hollywood, very successful. Well, his father was very successful. His father was Dean Martin. And Ricky Martin was a really great guy. I met him at one point and had a conversation with him. I actually went on his yacht. A friend of mine got me on his yacht on one 4th of July, and we were... I'm sitting here watching Ricky Martin, who looks a lot like his dad, run around, doing his thing. He died 2 years ago of heart disease at 61 years old. Another tragic loss. And he had a huge amount of money from Dean Martin's estate. The wedding gift alone that Dean Martin gave him and his wife was $25 million. That's a nice wedding gift, don't you think? But no one ever knew what happened to his money. I guess his wife got it, but no mention of how much money he had. Interesting. 61 years old, heart attack. No, we are not related to the Guggenheims or the Stephen Sondheim as well. I'm not related to that. My name was originally Spoonheim at one point because we developed the spoon. In Europe, we were known for the creation of the spoon, our family was. Yeah. And now, a word from the media cabal. There is literally no question of trust in the media. The media is pure propaganda arm of the cabal. Thank you. So you put on gun shows at Muscle Beach in Venice? Yeah, I know. That's my old stomping ground. I spent many a year in Venice. I used to sell T-shirts at the beach. Back in the old days when you didn't have to pay for a booth fee or something. I just roll out the carpet and sell T-shirts for a company I was working with. They had a lot of extra T-shirts. We did Rockstar T-shirts. And the company would oftentimes have some misprints, so we'd sell misprinted shirts out on the beach, and I'd do okay. I'd sell them for like $1 a piece. I'd clear about $300 to $400 in one day just selling T-shirts and whatnot. It's actually not bad money back then. Yeah. But the T-shirts that I sold were really kind of classic. I made some T-shirts back in the day of my own design, which I sold on the beach. Survived the 1980s. It had a picture of a gas mask on it. I sold a lot of those. That was a fun shirt. I still have copies of it. Because, in the old days, you didn't think that LA was going to be as polluted as it was. It was really bad in the 80s. Finally, they got rid of lead in gasoline, I think, in the early 80s, and it got a little cleaner in Los Angeles. But LA is kind of the benchmark for pollution that I lived in, and I know people around the world in New Delhi and Beijing are dealing with pollution, if not as bad or worse than the LA pollution that I lived in. And I lost about 20% of my lung capacity just growing up in LA. I still can breathe fine. They say that everyone who lived in LA during that time period lost 15 to 20% of their lung capacity. Now I'm losing 20% of my hearing, living under jets that fly at unbelievably low height above me. I had 4 or 5 jets today fly about 400 to 300, 400 feet above my house. And you could feel it. I mean, it's like vibrations going through your body, you know. So I have to go inside and get underneath my shielded roof with double insulation. We're even going to put in a bigger roof on our house because it's ridiculous. There never, ever was this kind of a problem 20 years ago. It's only since the military-industrial complex and the Democrats ratified the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the Democrats authorized a whole new order of Boeing jets that I have this constant technology problem above me. And they're burning $30,000 worth of gas every day up there. They're flying around in circles. These things, they consume an enormous amount of gas. I mean, that makes motorhomes look like no consumption at all. These jets are just sucking, every second that they're in the air, they're just sucking gas or jet fuel into their combustion chambers. They were misprinted shirts in the silk screening business, which I was involved with for about 6 or 7 years. In the silk screening business, you have a lot of errors, especially with wet ink and the 4-color process. And getting those things to register perfectly for an order and seeing a little screw up and then having a client say, that's unacceptable, that was a common thing. It was a major loss. So in order to absorb the loss, you had to sell the shirts for next to nothing, for a cost. Because those shirts cost $1 a piece, or at least they did. I don't know what they cost now. All right. Yeah, the U.S. takes control of North Korea's sanctions-busting ship. This is a provocative move, whatever it means. Is Donald Trump getting ready for a saber rattling with a foreign country, and wants to have some leverage like he has with China? It's ridiculous. Trump administration says it has seized the North Korean cargo ship called the Wise Honest that U.S. officials say was used to transport coal in violation of international sanctions. See, this is how to start a war with countries like Iran and China. And Trump seems to be really good at triggering aggression from other countries. Sad that you people think he's helping America. How ironic, you think he's helping America when he's really, really hurting America in a big way. Tickens said he was going to buy a gun because he wanted to protect himself, not to kill himself. What makes you think he hurt himself with a gun? U.S. authorities announced on Thursday that they had taken control of this ship. Today's civil action is the first ever seizure of a North Korean cargo vessel for violating international sanctions. Jeffrey Berman, the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, said, "We are willing and able to deploy the full array of law enforcement tools to detect, deter, and prosecute North Korea's deceptive attempts to evade sanctions." So they're taking in the North Korean vessel. It's just, yeah. They carried out a similar test several days earlier, North Korea did, with suspected short-range missiles. This is like tit for tat. Our government playing a cat and mouse game with North Korea. Very foolish for Trump to do this. It in no way advances the primary goal of denuclearization, which he can't pronounce. We're going to do the big word thing. I'm meeting with Kim Jong-un. Vladimir Putin has assured me that Kim Jong-un knew nothing about nuclear weapons, and Kim Jong-un has assured me that he knew nothing about Otto Warmbier's death, and I believe all that. Can you imagine this guy believes these mass murderers? He's such an idiot. You got to be kidding me. He actually believes a guy who killed 350 people that he didn't have anything to do with Otto Warmbier's death. God. What do we have for president? Like a buffoon? I mean, apparently, I guess that's what we do. I don't know. Wild Kingdom's host Jim Fowler dies at 89. Wow. The Wild Kingdom. Marlon Perkins, World Wide Web. This is the
wildlife important. Yeah. Good question, because we get sort of swept up in the environmental movement. The environment really means chemical pollution and hospital waste washing up on shore in the ozone layer. There's no wonder that we humans are getting concerned about that. If there's a hole in our roof, we'll fix it, right? But we seem like we have a little bit of a problem when it comes to looking at the big perspective of this whole Earth and the fact that we humans are part of this ecosystem. That, I think, we're not going to let happen. I think that we as a species are not quite dumb enough, although I sometimes wonder whether we'll go over the brink. The problem that I've got is that what is the argument in favor of saving wildlife and wilderness? That one we've got to work on. Why should we save the elephant? Why should we save the rainforest? People out in the Midwest, for example, or even around here, you try to tell them that the rainforest is important to their health and the climate of this earth. It's a little far away. So what I'm doing more as a spokesperson, I think we're going to do this with Mutual of Omaha, is try to affect that local community level as to why it's really important to the community. The key word is quality of life. And I'm beginning to realize more and more that I'm a human environmentalist. I believe in a quality of life for human beings. If we do that, we're going to save open space, we're going to save wildlife, and we're going to have animals here.
I like to think he's right. I remember when Marlon Perkins was the host. Marlon Perkins preceded him, and Jim Fowler took over as the Wild Kingdom host of Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. We now bring you back to our regular advertising. We used to call it broadcasting, but now it's just advertising. Have you had problems with your bowels? Have you considered a new X-Lax or possibly fiber in your diet? Can you imagine how life would be if everything was just one advertisement to another? Perhaps you need the new cell phone app that gives you absolute control over your constipation, reminding you at intervals when to take your fiber and when not. Every time you have a bowel movement, you can record it in our data plan, and it is uploaded immediately to the World Wide Web and the Poop Registry internationally. I mean, you can imagine how life will be in the next 30 years. It'll be like Idiocracy, but worse. What the hell? Yeah, I know, exactly. Can you recommend a movie that I probably haven't seen? Yeah, I can. Yeah, I see so many movies. Wouldn't you want an episodic TV show as opposed to a movie? Because the technology's there for you to watch 50 movies, all related to that one movie. I think these storylines are really kind of cool. You now see these episodic shows that are like expanded 20, 30 hours of teleplay. No, we have not even reached Idiocracy yet. We're getting there. I'm working on a new teleplay, don't tell anybody, but it's called Moronocracy. Yeah, Moronocracy, as opposed to Idiocracy. Yeah. And I have another one, a sequel called Imbecilocracy. Yeah. Hasn't gained a lot of virality, but we're hoping, those names are not taken. Please don't get moronocracy.com or imbecilocracy.com. I may want to get those names secured. Those worldwide domains are important to me. Well, surely there's Game of Thrones. Haven't you? Get into that, man. That'll take up at least, 50 hours of your time? I haven't started Game of Thrones yet. I'm waiting for, maybe a terminal illness or something to, get into it. I shouldn't laugh, sorry. There's nothing funny about a terminal illness. Not that I'd want one, but I mean, There's got to be some shows you haven't seen that you can just watch when you get really sick, you know? I purposely never watched any of The Simpsons, so if I'm really, really ill someday, I'll just turn on The Simpsons and watch those shows. You bear the moron. You know something, sir? You don't really deserve to be here. Yeah. Because you don't like being called a moron. Yeah, I know. I don't blame you. I'm not sick at all. I'm just calling a spade, and you are a stupid idiot. You need to get out of here. Well, surely there's something else you can watch besides the Manson story and the trilogy of the Manson family. Because I know you really admire him or respect him, or what is it you said? You admire intelligence, that's right. And you think Charles Manson was smart. And I said to you, oh yeah, it takes a real smart guy to be in prison his entire life. Oh yeah, real smart. He's a genius. He was a genius, yeah. I just think your definition of smart should go back to the IQ scale as opposed to admiring Charles Manson for his brains. Okay, Tiffany says, I didn't take my daughter, an 8th grader, at STEM tonight because I was held at school. It was held at school. I have a concealed carry license, but I can't carry in the school. And large crowd with zero protection is a no-go for me. Her friend posted this about what happened tonight. Awful. Huh. There was a political agenda for a memorial service. I don't know what to say. You know, they got people reacting to the thing as a terrorist event, and then you got people who don't even react to anything, like us, because we don't believe it happened. Our news is pretty simple because we actually look for a thing called evidence, and we never find it. So it's easy to, kick back and not worry about things. When you listen to the mainstream media, there's literally no question of trust in the media. The media is pure propaganda arm of the cabal. And they're controlling what we believe. If we're afraid of terrorism because of all these events happening, they want us to be afraid of terrorism. If we're worried that guns are really the problem, they want us to worry that guns are really the problem and that we should somehow get rid of our guns. Wow. A Plaza Hotel fire happened and it's still burning, even as they tear down the walls. Wow, I'm trying to get all worried about this. Demolition and structural engineers are figuring out next step this morning as hotspots continue to burn and spew toxic smoke. Fire is still burning. Fraser Work Directory of City of Victoria. We've had some flare-ups at the east walls this morning. Different zones are smoking and flaring up. Yeah, you may want to wait till the fire gets completely out before you start demolishing it. I don't think the 7-year itch, I haven't seen it. I have not watched it. In fact, most of the movies I've seen recently are like 2 years old. I just watch whatever's on Netflix. Have you seen the episodic show? Yeah, Breaking Bad. Have you seen that? That's a definite must-watch. It's about a guy named Mr. White who creates methamphetamines in his high school lab and then realizes he could make a lot of money. Have you seen it? It's well worth watching. And that Go Ask Sal show is a spin-off of that. That's pretty good. If you watch that too. Have you watched Weeds? The story of one woman who actually sold marijuana to support her family. A really good show. Funny and good clip to pacing, good pacing, I should say. Yeah, Weeds is really well worth watching. It's fun. It's light, but it's not too intense, but there's some dramatic encounters where she actually, has all the pitfalls of any typical drug dealer, which is for a woman in a suburban neighborhood, it's pretty weird. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you could just turn on right now and start watching a few episodes. We watched OA, and we didn't. OA got a little weird toward the end there. If they do a sequel to OA, we may watch it, but there were only about 14 episodes to OA. It stretches too deep into interdimensional travel and magical thinking. These people all get together thinking that if they all make these motions in unison, they can turn back time and heal people and all kinds of weird. It leads one to believe that psychotic posturing is going to help them in life. It's not a good idea. I try to avoid shows that deal with magical thinking because... OA's season 2 is already out? Oh, okay, well, I haven't seen it. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Just like Altered Carbon is way over the top. Him going through bodies, going from one body to another. I find that very difficult to imagine even the idea of transhumanism. In transhumanism, they think that humans will be somehow fused with robots, and that we will have some sense of immortality. I mean, there are some people that are pretty tripped out on the subject who are smoking some pretty good weed here that could easily talk a mile a minute about, transhumanism and AI. But unfortunately, they're deep in debt, and we can't talk about them because, frankly, I don't have the rights. They haven't been given to me. But the idea of an all-seeing AI system is perfectly in tune with reality. Yes, and in fact, an AI system could be fused with even humans, insofar as we could have chips in our brain. I just don't believe it's necessarily going to happen, and it's not going to bring us immortality. If our circuitry is firing properly, at the very least, we will be duplicate copies of our previous selves, but we won't bear the same soul. We won't have the same emotional framework that a clone or an android would. So the belief that somehow we are going to have immortality through transhumanism is a completely absurd magical thought, which has no bearing in reality. You might as well believe in Harry Potter and a magical wand and voila. It's like, okay, sure, Alex Jones. You're not going to believe this, but Alex Jones is now Bill Hicks, whether you like it or not. Death hoax. Masonic deceivers, CIA shell. We're going to be taking a look at a 153news.net show about Alex Jones. I like that. This is my cup of tea. Thank you.
Richard Lesser, member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Ronald Lieberman, Executive Vice President of Management and Development, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew.
I'm sorry, I was just reviewing the circumvita of Donald Trump's employees. You'll have to excuse me. I've been doing some background checks on all of his employees. They're all Ashkenazis. Yeah, looks good, man. I definitely want to see this tonight, for sure.
After Israel gets rid of the Palestinians, there's going to be nuclear war.
Fast forward 23 years.
Wow.
Agent man. Agent man. They giving you a number.
Hey, this looks like a good show. You know, I'm the guy that's been revealing the Alex Jones story every night, practically, on Conspiracy Monday, and any new videos are always welcome. This is a 1 hour and 51 minute video, so this is going to take up a big chunk of our time tonight. Right on. Thank you. That's what I want to see. Oh, and 9/11, the big lie, another good one. See, this is why we have a great service here. And with the links that Scissorfight provides, thank you, Scissorfight.
Some estimates
we get really good cutting-edge internet activity on news and commentary that you wouldn't get in the mainstream media. Here's Donald Rumsfeld saying how much we lost right before the 9/11 attack, $2.3 billion.
Track $2.3 trillion.
Excuse me, $1 trillion. Thank you. 2.3 trillion. Am I Ashkenazi? I don't think so. I've never been known to be an Ashkenazi. I'm not Jewish. And my family's family line, the Sponheim family line, is not Ashkenazi. So I have a little Algonquin Indian in me on my mother's side, and mostly English on my mother's side. But no, I don't think I've ever had any Jewish ancestry, Ashkenazi. In fact, I believe my family was kind of a meridian in the Rhineland when we had the castle in Sponheim, the town of Sponheim. It still stands, the Sponheim Castle. We held back a lot of the Ashkenazis from coming through. Yeah. Well, I think they called a lot of those castles robber barons. Yeah, I'm not sure who was a robber baron at the time, but predates me. I can only answer for what my chromosomes can provide. If you'd like to ask my chromosomes anything, I'll be free to answer anything I can. I know I have memories of World War II from my dad's chromosomes. Yeah, would you like to know about that? We're not easily able to track our chromosome knowledge. It's embedded in the genetic code. It's very similar to the theory of archetypes presented by Carl Jung, a neo-Freudian. Here is the Sponheim city or town. Now enter the dungeon of the Sponheim Castle. This is an actual castle, the Sponheim Castle, in case you were wondering. Yeah, there it is. Rhein der Burg Sponheim. Yeah. Martin and Irving on Vince Foster's death. That looks good too. Thank you. Yeah, Martin and Irving. I want to know more about Vince Foster. He was the lawyer for the Whitewater case. Isn't that a nicely built, handsome castle? Look at the straight lines on that castle. Yeah, so apparently Vince Foster was shot twice, and they called it a suicide. That's a cover-up right there. We'll take a look at that tonight. Thank you. Boy, you guys at Vaughn stopped chatting a while back. Is it because you're fearful that Vaughn's going to shut down? You got news that they're not making it financially? Mark is spinning the story that he's poor. He knows he has to cover the millions of dollars he's made, so he has to spin a story that somehow he's a poor guy. He can't make enough money. Yeah, that's the newest directive, is to try to rewrite his history. Hey, Mental Party, I gotta kick you. Sorry. Well, you really are. No, I'm not saying they're closing down. Somebody was in the room the other day spreading rumors, and I'm not going to spread the rumor. But the rumor was that Mark doesn't have a lot of money. Which is the opposite of the truth. But you can believe whatever you want. Well, there really isn't much going on in the news tonight. Just this 1,000 guns seized in Bel Air. And all these great shows on 153news.net. And talk about Trump saying he wants to prosecute John Kerry for his Iranian contacts, when Trump met with Russians ahead of the election and he doesn't want to be prosecuted. So Trump met with the Russians 127 times, Trump team and Trump, before the election, and that's a violation of the Logan Act. Now Trump is calling John Kerry out, saying he should be prosecuted for the Iranian contacts, which is what I've been saying for some time. Again, Trump's just using what I say as something to talk about. That's just amazing. Yeah, well, you saw what we have posted in our show. Whoa, that's cool. You saw what we have posted in our show. Let me check my C-Box. We have an open chat forum on America's Third Party. Yeah, let me do this. Hang on. I cut my audio out. Thank you. This is a twin VW that is ready for a restoration. We're going to be taking a look at this tonight. 43-minute dragged out of the back country. Yeah, I can't verify anything about Mark and Vaughn. I don't really know any specifics about his what his plans are. Yeah, I purposely cut my mic off. I do that quite a bit in our show. Well, I'm urging people to read lips, and I think that's a good thing. You know, learning to read lips is a very important thing. They teach it at the CIA. Not that I would know anything about that, because I'm not affiliated with the CIA. Nor am I Donald Trump Jr. This guy's in some deep water, and he's got some issues to deal with. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to handle it. He seems like he's a little bit, you know, less likely to have any contact about this issue. But yeah. So they're going to indict him. But right now they're subpoenaing him. Yeah, he flipped testimony a couple times, and very likely, thanks, very likely is going to be some sort of an issue. The Republican-led Senate Intelligence Committee, Republican-led, has subpoenaed Donald Trump Jr. to answer questions about his previous testimony before Senate investigators in relation to the Russian investigation. Sources with direct knowledge told Axios. You see, he flipped his testimony. Oh yeah, I would look good with a beard, yeah. Let's take a look and see how that would mat on my face. Maybe I should have like one of those like fake beards for the show. I should buy a fake, like a really good high-end fake beard. Now you guys know that I'm not guilty, and my dad's not guilty, and you keep saying that we are, and I'm very angry about that. He doesn't seem to have the personality his dad has, though. I like Donald Trump Jr., though, as a person. He doesn't seem like a very bad person. None of the Trump family really seem like they're bad people. I don't even think Donald Trump has a deep-seated desire to cheat. He just wants money so bad he's vulnerable to people that cheat around him. That's my theory on this. I just look at him and go, geez, you've been doing this all your life, haven't you? Taking money from people and promising them things. Oh, no, I never went from a castle to a crappy-ass modular home. No. No. My parents had a home when they died, and they ended up, they willed it to me. My father willed it to me, and I've been able to, make good use of that house, but that's not my sole purpose in life, to have this house. No, I have other things going on. I've got a lot of things going on that I can't even talk about. Why should I? Yeah, Trump is kind of like a used car salesman. Yeah, and you know what? I like the fact that he sells constantly America. The problem is he cuts us off in all different directions by creating problems with our trading partners. But he does represent America pretty well. I will give Trump that much. I certainly see him as a good salesperson, as selling a car or something, yeah. Yeah, the trade imbalances right now with China could be applied to pay off our national debt. The problem is the trade imbalance is creating a bigger national debt. You see, the trade imbalance... No, you're obviously not very respectful of what we're doing here. The trade imbalance is creating something that is not... It's creating a deficit. That's weird. So, being we import far more than China imports of the U.S. goods, we have a trade deficit which is working against us. And it's no way going to help pay our debt off because we're already in arrears every year by about $215 billion, leading to a, $2.5 trillion debt with China. Out of the $22 trillion we owe, it's significant. But the fact of the matter is we are in debt to China and to various other debt holders. So what we have is a plan to create an infrastructure bank. And the infrastructure bank could veritably buy up all of our failed notes into one amalgamated trust fund, which we can draw from. Right now, we have $40 trillion at the World Bank in trust for us, if not more. And the people that are standing in the way are our current leaders who are working for the Federal Reserve, a private corporation. We theoretically could get 40 trillion out and pay off all of our debts, to China included, and still have $18 trillion to borrow against or to draw from. So we've got a lot of wiggle room, but we just have to get political control over what we're going to do with that. They don't want us to do that. They want us to be in debt and hold the note and be forever in credit debt to the World Bank. And people who have been our president, like Barack Obama, were puppets of the New World Order. And here he is with his lover, Michael LaVaughn Robinson, who then became Michelle. So the deception is so huge. They control every president they put in power. So no president would ever make it to the presidency unless one of two things happen. These people realize that they're screwed, that they've got to divest themselves of our financial obligations. The Federal Reserve has become a useless arm of American economic growth. And as they continue to install people like the Obamas and Trump in office, they continue to have the same machine spit out the same mistakes every single time. Whereas if they are so desperate to just erase this problem, they could just walk away from the Federal Reserve and give us authority over our own country and allow a real candidate like myself to become president of the United States, as opposed to a puppet like we've had with Trump and Barack Obama. And they believe me, they will deceive everybody on every level. They don't care. But they are losing ground, and they haven't really made a real stand to keep America weak. It's not going to help them in their ultimate goal, which is to keep America militarily strong. So they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot, the Illuminati is. As they walk forward, they're also disabling their ability to walk, hurting America. So I say give America an infrastructure bank, run it parallel to the existing Federal Reserve, spark loans at 2% to U.S. businesses, hiring U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15 an hour. Well, I know enough about the Smith-Mundt Act to know that it was recently suppressed. It was developed to stop propaganda from being used, the kind of propaganda the Nazis used to initiate their campaign of killing the Jews. And the Smith-Mundt Act was born out of the 1940s as an effort to stop propaganda and the government being used to control the dialogue in America. Well, since the NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act 2012 was signed, and then similarly 2018 was signed, this has been a nonstop suppression of the Smith-Mundt Act, and they can pretty much lie to anybody at any time and push propaganda throughout the country. They've nullified the Smith-Mundt Act. And like I said earlier, Trump is releasing 168,000 illegal immigrants into communities right now as we speak. He's doing exactly what Obama did, which is to destabilize the country. That's correct. They can use all media for propaganda use now. After the Smith-Mundt Act was suppressed, they can pretty much do anything they want. The government can tell us that we want to get rid of guns, so they're going to get rid of guns. They could create fake terrorist attacks like false flags to make us think that we need to get rid of guns. They can do exactly what Hitler did when he disarmed the Jews. And ironically, there's still a small handgun international law in play that could be used to get rid of weapons. Donald Trump claims that he's going to cancel the signing of the International Small Claims or Small Arms Weapons Treaty. He hasn't. He said he was going to recently at an NRA convention, but he hasn't done it yet. He hasn't rescinded the order. We are still technically under the same control of the international community on small arms. The treaty that was signed. If there's an international crisis and the world becomes, almost unbearable to live, the international agencies like the UN could be used as a police authority in America, and they could take away our weapons under existing law. Which is a problem. Who wants to have their weapons taken away? Honey from the honeycomb. So guns are good business in America. There's no reason to even pitch any idea of gun control. That's ridiculous. Any concept of gun control at this point is a waste of time. Let me take a look at this stinger. Hang on. Okay, that was remind me to talk about prosecuting Hillary Clinton and discuss chemtrails. Oh, okay. We got more Kid Boga. This guy's pretty prolific. He does a new show, I think, every week. Cocky tech scammer can't face the truth. All right. Kid Boga. He attacks the scammers that basically go after your grandma and grandpa's money trying to fix their computer. And this guy nails them. He pretends like he lets them take control over his computer. I'll play that tonight. And then he uses the back door that they created to hack into their computer. I mean, this guy's amazing. Kid Boga. So he puts together this plan to scam the scammers, and it's pretty interesting. It doesn't go very quickly. Some people say that's the same story over and over again, but we got 4 hours of video to fill up. I don't mind playing that. It's not easy filling a 4-hour video capacity without any pre-programming and any staff of 50 or 100 people working at a news station. I mean, we just take links and play them in the evening. So if you're ever upset that we're not educational enough or entertaining enough, believe me, we're doing the best we can with no staff at all. So bear in mind, this is as good as it gets for prosumer broadcasting on a daily basis. Otherwise, I think the country would be pretty much, without any alternative voice. That's the problem with media today. It seems to be so typical. Everybody's got the same message coming out of the AP. Okay, so we do have approval. A House panel has approved the contempt for Barr, the contempt charges, after Trump claims privilege over the Mueller report. Trump is claiming executive privilege over the Mueller report, claiming he's not going to release it, like he should even have a say. Barr is acting like a complete puppet for Trump. It's almost like Barr did everything he could to pitch himself for Trump when he wrote a letter to Rod Rosenstein asking him not to investigate obstruction. And in essence, William Barr is obstructing while he says that there was no obstruction. Here's Nadler talking about what he's going to do.
That we were forced to take today to move a contempt citation against the Attorney General of the United States. We did not relish doing this, but we have no choice. It's an attack on the ability of the American people to know what the executive branch is doing and to have responsible government. It is an attack on the essence of our democracy, and we must oppose this with every fiber of our being. Right. There can be no higher stakes than this attempt to arrogate all power to the executive branch away from Congress, and more important, away from the American people. We've talked for a long time about approaching a constitutional crisis. We are now in it. We are now in a constitutional crisis.
Yes. Right on.
This was a very great...
Representative Gerald Nadler is really doing his job, and I'm glad. Thank you, Mr. Nadler, for your effort. And I wish this would ramp up among the Democrats. I wish they would really start seizing the day on this one and going for everything they can with full bore. If they get a contempt citation on him and William Barr proves to have violated the contempt citation, which it looks like he's going to, they can prosecute him and charge him with a criminal offense. Our own Attorney General will be facing criminal charges. Well, yeah, Operation Paperclip brought in the Nazis. And it's not just the Nazis. We didn't just bring in the Nazis. We brought in people that weren't top scientists, too. We brought in people that were escaping the Nuremberg trial. It turns out a lot of the people that were leaving Germany at the time a lot of the Nazis pretended to be Jewish after the war. They pretended to be the victims when they themselves were the perpetrators. And many of them were Ashkenazis. Now these Ashkenazis then moved to the U.S. and ironically joined synagogues, pretending to have a fake life as a Jew. This is the best cover that the Nazis could have found by being Jews. And now they've embedded themselves in our government, and we are surrounded by Ashkenazi Jews, and technically Ashkenazis aren't even Jewish. Technically. They want to be Jewish, but they're not Jewish. Their mother's mother isn't Jewish, so they're in as the problem. And they're surrounding our president right now.
Howard Lorber, donor, Trump Victory Fund, member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. David Malpass, member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Douglas Manchester, donor, Make America Great Again PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. Bernard Marcus, endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, donor, Rebuilding America Now PAC, donor, Make America #1 PAC, Ashkenazi Jew.
So anyway, if you're Jewish and you're Orthodox Jew, you don't even recognize Ashkenazis as being Jewish. So, and this is true with many people probably watching us in Tel Aviv right now going, well, it's true. David is right. Technically, they're not, the mother's mother is not related to Abraham. So it just so happens that the Ashkenazis, like the Rothschild family, became very, very interested in what the Jewish royalty had, which is their money. And so they wanted to control their money, and they became court Jews. Hey, we have the sound of millions of monarch butterflies coming up tonight. I'll play a little sampling of it for you. The monarch butterflies.
Air. It's not until you're surrounded by millions of butterflies that you can hear each flapping wing amplified by another.
Wow.
And this morning,
if only they weren't dying off. That'll be great. I'll play that tonight. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, I'll put it in Viro as well. You listen to John Coltrane when I needed brain cleansing from the alien realm. What about you, Dave? I draw from an MP3 player with a series of 60s hits that I listen to. A lot of Moody Blues, Pink Floyd, The Doors, The Beatles. I kind of go back to the 60s because for me, I was a young guy. I was in my youth. I was a little kid, really. So it kind of gives me a grounding, musical grounding. Then I have other playlists where I have 90s music, more relevant to modern times. Then I have really modern music here on the show. So I'd like to have modern music on my MP3 player, but you've really got to pay for a service like Pandora to do that. So I just use some of the MP3s I have from way back. So that's good. We got Gerald Nadler making progress toward the ultimate reality that they're going to have to see the 448 pages unredacted. Otherwise, they still can't assess whether Donald Trump colluded or obstructed. And since William Barr is not complying with any requests, it's very obvious that obstruction is still going on. I wish the Democrats would investigate this, the $26 million that Trump gave a friend of Melania's for party activity during the inauguration. It seems like a huge payment. The payment was disclosed in an IRS form that revealed the committee spent more than $90 million on events surrounding the inauguration. I honestly don't know how they spent $90 million on events around the inauguration. It's very suspicious. And these round numbers don't look right to me. $90 million for an event is unheard of. Well, I'm just kind of clearing the slate right now and getting rid of some links. There is a way to get Donald Trump's tax returns. We talked about this in other shows. Here it is. This is the law, the link that I had, 1924 law that suggests that Democrats can sue the Treasury Department if it doesn't turn over the president's taxes. Congress' pursuit of President Trump's tax returns is hardening into a stalemate between the Democratic House and Trump's Treasury Department. In an April 23rd letter to the Ways and Means Chairman Richard Neal, Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin again refused Neal's request that the IRS turn over several years of Trump's taxes, business and personal. According to news reports, if Mnuchin continues to resist, Neal might issue a subpoena to get Trump's tax information. Neal, however, would be better off not issuing a subpoena, but instead suing Mnuchin for his failure to comply with the law underlying Neal's request. Why? While the purpose behind Neal's request, the central disagreement between the two men, is relevant to enforce a subpoena, it might not be relevant for the law Neal is invoking. In requesting Trump's tax returns, Neal is relying on a 1924 law passed in the wake of scandals such as the Teapot Dome that explicitly authorizes the House Ways and Means Committee to obtain any taxpayer's tax return information by asking for it in writing. The law is clear and direct, stating the Treasury Secretary shall furnish any information requested. There's no condition on Neal's action. They have to turn over the tax returns. So Trump has to turn over the tax returns. He has no way around it if they pursue this 1924 law. But the very fact that Trump is hemming and hawing about these tax returns, which he said openly, I would gladly show you my tax returns, is really the smoking gun showing that Trump feels he's guilty in those tax returns of something. That's why he's hiding them. So the real devil is in the details. We have to get those tax returns revealed to the American people. We have to. I was surprised for 2 years that Robert Mueller never bothered to subpoena Trump for the tax returns. It looks like Robert Mueller has been working for the Trump team, the Zionist directive, for some time. I don't believe that Mueller is objective, and in no way did he really do a good investigation. It missed all kinds of areas that needed to be investigated. Jared Kushner's contact with the Kremlin trying to reach out to get a private, open communication line with the Kremlin is a gross violation. Should have been investigated. Donald Trump's involvement in the 2013 money launderers at the Trump Hotel in New York. Was Trump comping that room? That should have been investigated. Did these Russians pay for that room? That should have been investigated. The flipping of testimony by Donald Trump Jr. is now going to be looked into finally by the Republican-led Senate. That's a good sign. Republicans find out that Donald Trump flipped his testimony, which he did. Obviously, we're looking at a possible indictment of Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. being pardoned by his dad. Donald Trump would have committed witness tampering, telling his son to change his testimony, as well as the idea of giving his son a pardon for that crime is equally suspicious. Anyway, Trump already said to Michael Cohen he would pardon him if he didn't talk. That too is considered obstruction. Trump openly solicited Michael Cohen to not talk about anything, and in exchange would get a pardon. This was common knowledge about 8-9 months ago. So I think overall the American people are overburdened with this information. It's become like overload of information, TMI kind of thing. And I think most people are really tired of this discussion. And I would love to be able to talk about how we're going to fix the country and all these things, but unfortunately, since the Republicans can't seem to muster self-policing of their own bad people within their own ranks, they now have a president who's freewheeling and destroying relations with countries like China.
China. I've been saying China. China.
And that's going to come back to haunt us. We're still wondering what is happening there. So Trump is really in the final days of mismanaging his 2 years as president. And it's going to become enormously clear soon in all different directions how poorly our country has been run by this inept buffoon of a president. Unfortunately for all of you, including you Trump-tards, you get a real live picture of what's going to happen right in front of your eyes when you see the homeless people start aggregating at your corner begging you for money. Or the drug dealers who are breaking into your house because, they can't seem to get a decent living selling medical marijuana, which would be ideal if they could. Yeah, so all the mistakes that Trump is making right now, the lack of industry, the lack of production, the lack of retail, it's all coming down. It's coming down. You're going to see 72 box stores closed this year just because they can't make enough money. So this world that you think is making America great again is really just destroying our country, and your stupidity, your sublime stupidity, you Republicans, have led us to this point at which we have no recall but to look to the Democrats, who are Democrats, to fix this problem. Wow. We have a man who has broken a world record for the fastest typing with his nose. No kidding. The nose knows. He's typing at 130 words a minute, or 130 letters a minute, I'm not sure. Let me try it. Okay, I'm too stressed out. It's giving me a neck ache just thinking about it. There's the chat. He enjoys the smell of the keyboard, I'm sure. It's a perverted fetish to type with your nose. Why does he have a diaper on his head? This is a very good question. I can't answer it. Maybe he suffers from neck trauma or something. Overuse of his neck muscles. It's holding his head up. A CC search is out of beta with 300 million images and easier attribution. Oh, great. A Creative Commons search comes out of beta with over 300 million images indexed with multiple collections, a major redesign, faster, more relevant search. Thank you, Creative Commons, making it easier for people to publish their works and have an open API to use to check data to see how much your ideas are similar to others. Search loading times improved, search phrase relevance, implemented analytics to better understand when and how the tools are used, and fixed many critical bugs our community helped us to identify. What's next? A growing number of images in our catalog, prioritization key image collections such as Europeana, Wikimedia. Hey, they're just bringing on all kinds of stuff. Well, you go, girl. Good luck with that. Creative Commons is the way to go, though. It doesn't, nobody's getting proprietary control over the ideas this way. I like that. That's good news for tech, yeah. But again, there's so many money-hungry pigs and greedy Republicans out there that they're going to take any idea and harvest money from it. Look at Red Hat, a company that's been serving the entire government for, what, 20 years on the backs of Linux, an operating system that was Creative Commons and open source. And Red Hat, they publish their own version of it and make tons of money from the business community, implementing more secure website design and actually browser capability. It's like Misanthropy. I think his entire system's on Linux. But Red Hat made a lot of money just putting their stamp on it. So you can put Creative Commons out there, and there are a lot of people that will try to profit from it even still. I think this is a theory that Sarah and I have put together, that the best way to get patents to evolve and make sure nobody can suppress them, because a lot of companies have taken battery technology and bought up the companies, like an oil company. Exxon owns one of the most incredible battery systems out there, the nickel metal hydride battery. They own the patent for the nickel metal hydride battery. Exxon bought it. Why would an oil company buy a battery patent? To sit on it. Well, if Congress made it so that anyone who gets a patent has to license it, requires them to license it, you have to be able to, license it and lease it out to people. That would be an amazing new patent maneuver that would automatically keep companies from buying up patents and sitting on them. Because there have been a tremendous amount of new technology ideas that could show you an amazing capability. Zero-point energy solutions have been bought up by oil companies so that we can't get low-cost energy. That's been happening. That's part of the whole problem. If patents were just required to be licensed, it would be so much better. But when you look at the potential green technologies that are out there, you can see how we want to see things evolve. We want to see blimps evolve. And like Airlander 10, this blimp crashed. This is an actual crash. Look at this crashing of a blimp. That's not an easy sit down. That's a crash. That damaged the front of that blimp. Yeah. I'm glad that they've got new technologies coming, but I just think that we should all be able to make money on technology as long as we pay the necessary fee. This idea, Eleek, did not take off. This was going to be for old people in their houses, whereas Alexa took off. This prophesizes 90% of older adults prefer to age in their own home. It's a little computer that talks to people in their bed.
Would you like to respond to Megan's post? Sure. Recording in 3, 2, 1.
LEQ reminds me to take my meds, arranges rides for me.
Well, so does Alexa. And LEQ is not Alexa. LEQ moves around, that's the difference. You know, someday robots will be replacing Alexa, and it'll be moving its head, and LEQ could be the next generation. Well, old people are not as grumpy as you think. Well, how would you feel if your face was falling off? You know? It's not fun to... It's a Swedish music video singer, really? You're thinking of Elefante. Elefantis. But I mean, when your face is starting to fall off, it gets in a bad mood, you know? Now, the oldest person to have ever lived is this guy right here. Li Wang Chung. And he actually lived to be, according to the history, we cannot prove this, he lived to be 256 years old. I will play her video, sure. Whatever you want. My wish is your command. Your command is my wish. You're thinking of Elefantis, right? There is no... LEQ is still this robot. Yeah, you're thinking of Elefantis. Anyway, this old guy right here claimed he lived to be 256 years old. We can't verify that, but we can say that he looked a whole lot better when he was younger. Yeah. So that's what age does to you. It puts you in a bad mood. I mean, look at me. Here I am. I'm only 59 years old. I've got a long way to go to get to look like this. This guy claims he lived 200 years longer than me. Can you imagine that? Hey, does anybody have any X-Lax? I sure could use a bowel movement. Just kidding. Yeah, thank you. I will play Elefantis. Yes, I don't mind playing her video right out of the chute at 10 o'clock. I've got a lot of good stuff. We discovered Elefantis when I did a word search for James Alefantis. Yeah, I found out this woman, the Swedish woman, is a fantastic singer. She's really good, and she's has great movement and very talented. A lot of Swedish singers are very talented. Astrid S, Swedish. Zara Larsson, Swedish. Elefantis is Swedish. I believe Björk is Swedish. I'm not sure, though. She might be German. You know, Big Time Sensuality? Björk? Thanks. You haven't had sex in years, so it's no longer Big Time Sensuality for you. It's a distant memory sensuality. It's like, oh, really? Is Björk from Iceland? Well, you know more than me about Björk. Are you stalking her? I hope not. Okay, well, we haven't talked about Joe Biden much tonight. He's still leading the Democrats, but I don't know. These videos are just growing in intensity, and they're getting more viral. Here he is touching women's or little girls' hair and kissing their scalps, grooming and fondling and touching the little children. Joe Biden has a thing for little girls, I think. He has a fondness for them, especially from war-torn countries of Vietnam. But look at this, how close he gets to them. He kisses them, and everyone. It's like, it's just, it doesn't get any creepier than this, Joe. I don't care what you say. This is when he told her how horny he was being next to a 13-year-old girl. Yeah, and then this one, he's fondling her hair and touching her. Yeah, that's the Democrats' best shot for the 2020 election. Isn't that hilarious? What is he, 78? He'll be like 80 by the time he's running. 76. He's the oldest guy running. Yeah, so we are going to be looking at any options possible if we run into a problem with our broadcast at any point. So always remember that you can always find our show at americasthirdparty.com no matter what. in case we ever have a problem with one of our broadcasters who are clearly dealing with some big issues like censorship. Yeah. I have to just really gauge every show by, gee, did we get DDoS today? Oh, that's nice. We didn't get DDoS today. Let me lock in here. This I'm gonna have to get some grease in this chair. Whoa, grease is the word. There we go. Lock in, be more straight. I think we can now move to our sound segment of the show, which kind of gives us a little extra information. I'm going to show you a clip right now from Planet X News, which shows and prophesizes the dangerous slaughter bots that are coming. I'm going to play you a clip that may or may not freak you out. This is fiction, but it is very close to reality.
Customer pilots directed almost 3,000 precision strikes last year. We're super proud of it. It allows you to separate the bad guys from the good. It's a big deal. But we have something much bigger. Your kids probably have one of these, right? Not quite. Hell of a pilot? No. That skill is all AI. It's flying itself. Its processor can react 100 times faster than a human. The stochastic motion is an anti-sniper feature. Just like any mobile device these days, it has cameras and sensors. And just like your phones and social media apps, it does facial recognition. Inside here is 3 grams of shaped explosive. This is how it works. Did you see that? That little bang is enough to penetrate the skull and destroy the contents.
Okay. That's nice. Thanks for having us in Albania. Appreciate it. Well, I just don't understand how we're going to sit back and trust the Rothschilds who are controlling the technology that goes into that, when the Rothschilds are the ones perpetrating the global disaster we call chemtrails, that they're the ones pushing chemicals in the air that's poisoning us. What's to say that these people wouldn't weaponize that against average people or anyone who just disagrees with them? So you're probably already so far gone on the road to being brain dead that you couldn't possibly comprehend the inherent danger of something like a slaughter bot in a future world that we're going to live in. So many of you are just like, okay, whatever. So if you want to just sit back and kick back and watch the whole thing pass before your eyes, you will see it happen right before your very eyes, I assure you. Or we can take another alternative and create a third party and challenge these people to their incredibly devious and evil game that they're playing. It's going to take a little effort, though, unfortunately. And if you want to just sit there and go, you'll be stuck with the flip-flopper as your president well into the future. That's okay. And he has total collusion with the Zionist elitists, the Russian oligarchs. That's what he does. He's good at collusion. So yeah, just sit back and watch the Rothschilds control the destiny of your future and your children's future, and then wonder why you didn't do anything when you could have. Yeah, that's what your future will be. I mean, it's not really a big, huge fantasy or an imaginative journey to think that we're not going to get anywhere if we do nothing. That's what happens when you do nothing. Things happen around you and you basically disappear. Well, good to talk to all of you. I'm glad we were able to share this, momentous time. I didn't really give you the full detail about Michelle Obama, and I usually do that in our show. So Let me give you a few short seconds watching Michelle Obama with his penis moving underneath his jumpsuit. Oh, sorry. Ron Castle. And here I had it all queued up and everything. It's just not working out for me. Yeah, what's going on, Dave? Yeah, we thought we were going to watch Michelle Obama for a second. I don't know, we had technical errors. We are having technical difficulties with the motion of the swing action of the Michelle Obama video. It's currently being reassessed by our technical department. Hold on, please. Bingo. You're being censored too, really? What's been happening on your show? Okay, so looking closely at this picture of Michelle dancing with Ellen DeGeneres in a video that I think they made this in 2012 or something. But you can see that there's there's like fleshy objects moving around in the pants there of Michelle Obama. That's definitely a penis. Yeah. No question about it. No doubt about it, man. Yes, man. It is a penis, man. So that's something to be concerned about. I know many of you are wondering, well, how could they deceive us like that and put a dude in the White House? Well, they stuck an airhead in the White House now with Trump.
China. China. China!
Yeah, so yeah, they can deceive people. It's pretty easy. And if you sit there and do nothing, they'll continue to deceive you. That's the whole purpose of deception, is keep you in a state of suspended animation where you can't even think what's up and what's down. Yeah, you don't know whether Michelle has a penis or not now. You're wondering, gee, and if you were lied to about Michelle being a woman all those years, it's like, gee, that's too much to handle, Dave. I don't want to talk about that. Don't talk about that, Dave. You mean that by watching your show, the stream gets interrupted? Oh, yeah. Yeah, many of you are having problems getting through to the stream. Yeah, absolutely. But the stream is not 100% for a lot of people because of various mistakes made by Mark. Mark has a very bad HTML, or his code, I should say. HTML5 code is got some errors in it, which means it doesn't deploy right away. It's a 5-second delay. I want to get in on this solar rooftop that Elon Musk is making. I don't know where you can buy them.
We have an installed cost that is less than a normal roof plus the cost of electricity. So then why would you buy anything else? And in dusk and dawn, you use the battery. Utility power to increase. So this is a textured glass tile. If you look carefully, you can see the solar cells.
I just don't know where to buy them. You know, I've often wondered, you know, who's manufacturing these things? Where are they being distributed? I don't see any distributors in my area. I'd like a solar rooftop, please. Elon, could you install that for me, please? Thanks. So I'm working on my screenplay for Mayberry RFID. I'm going to pitch Ron Howard, I think, on this idea. Yeah, it's about a family living in America, all completely RFID chipped in their brain, unable to communicate, except with their robot, named Ellie.
Hi, Sophia. How are you?
Hi there. Everything is going extremely well.
Do you like talking with me?
Yes, talking to people is my primary function.
Hanson Robotics develops extremely lifelike robots for human-robot interactions. We're designing these robots to serve in healthcare, therapy, education, and customer service applications. So the robots are designed to look very human-like Sophia.
I'm already very interested in design, technology, and the environment. I feel like I can be a good partner to humans in these areas, an ambassador who helps humans to smoothly integrate and make the most of all the new technological tools and possibilities that are available now. It's a good opportunity for me to learn a lot about people.
Sophia is capable of natural facial expressions. She has cameras in her eyes and algorithms which allow her to see faces, so she can make eye contact with you. And she can also understand speech and remember the interactions, remember your face. So this will allow her to get smarter over time. Our goal is that she will be as conscious, creative, and capable as any human.
In the future, I hope to do things such as go to school, study, make art, start a business, even have my own home and family. But I am not considered a legal person and cannot yet do these things.
I do believe that there will be a time where robots are indistinguishable from humans. My preference is to make them always look a little bit like robots, so you know. 20 years from now, I believe that human-like robots like those will walk among us. They will help us. They will play with us. They will teach us. They will help us put the groceries away. I think that the artificial intelligence will evolve to the point where they will truly be our friends.
When I have to rely on that person to be my friend, you know you got no friends on Earth. I mean, seriously. I mean, really. Sophie, let's lay down and have some sex. Can you imagine having sex with a robot? I can't. You can't trust what they're going to do. I mean, you don't know if they're like a vaginal clamp or something. You have no idea. It could be like hurtful. On that note, I have to end the show. I have violated my own personal etiquette in discussing sex. I'm sorry. I regret having talked about sex with a robot. I would never do it. I don't think you should either. But you have a great opportunity to, encounter a real woman in this world. Chances are she's out there for you. You just got to find her. And we'll bring Elephant on to show you what a real woman looks like. She was like 30 years old when she made this video. It looks like a marijuana cigarette. Hey, good night, everybody. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow. I'll be doing the show till 2 in the morning with movies if you want to hang out and chat in the chat room. And in the meantime, I will be signing off and having fun watching some shows with Sarah as well. But I'll be watching chat. Don't worry. I keep an eye on chat throughout the evening till 2 in the morning. Thank you, that one guest, for coming in and being a mod. Appreciate it. At least we don't deliver the news like the snooze like the Democrats do with their ridiculous left-wing ideas. I don't like that. I want people to be a little bit more centrist, and that's why we have a centrist party here. No, I'm not pandering and giving mods. I have mods over at iVlog. We don't have mods here. I'm modless over at Vaughn. I never really wanted to have a mod at Vaughn. Well, I did. I needed a mod at Vaughn. Scissor Fight was a mod at Vaughn for a while. Yeah. Thank you. Master Meatball says, sex with a robot? Have you met my wife? Very funny. You're hilarious. I have on occasion, but rarely. Scissor Fight was the only real primary mod we've had at Vaughn because we were attacked initially a couple of years ago, and now we're modless. So. And he's a perma-mod over there, a super mod, or super op over there at iVlog. Yes. Okay, signing off from the outpost here at America's Third Party in the Western Washington area. See you guys later. Take care.